Alright, let's see if that fixed it. Sorry, guys. Let's try this again. Alright. So, right now I can see myself talking. That's cool. And then if I switch to output.
Now, let's turn to...
Lovely. Alright. I think it actually has been fixed, and I actually didn't do anything to fix it. All I did was end stream and then look to see that it was working when I ended stream, and then I just relaunched it. So I guess that's it. Just to confirm with you guys, everyone can hear me, but not an echo. Am I correct? Just waiting on any kind of, like, confirmation that this works and before I start actually moving on. Sorry, that's really annoying. I swear, like, there wasn't even a big update, which there usually would be, that coincides with my system breaking down somehow. It almost always correlated with some kind of a big, not just like Microsoft or OS update, but also like Streamlabs update. And I've had neither today. So it makes no sense. All right. So I think we're back now. And that it's working fine. What's up, everybody? What's up, Lennon? Welcome back. Hello, Shard. Hello, Sister to all. Brain Matter. All of you. Yeah, no, we're fine. I am not seeing the issue on my dash like I did last time, which means that it is fixed. Which, fucking, finally. Alright. How are you all doing today? Sorry about the little bit of tech issues that we had there. It's been a while since I've had to open up a stream with tech support. Sounds good? Definitely better than it was before. God damn, wasted like 20 minutes there. So, let me see what you all were saying before. Colorado passed HB 25-1312, which greatly enhances trans rights and protections in the state of Colorado. Great, lovely, good to hear. Big W to Colorado. Also, speaking of W's, you guys want to see like a climate-related W coming out of the United States, no less? Because there is one. Generally not what I would expect these days, coming from the US. And granted, it's not new. It's not it's not something that was done under the Trump administration, but still, Colorado's governor is solid. That is true. That is true. I do miss Colorado. It was one of my favorite states to live in. So,
And now,
unexpected but good news is good news. True, exactly. So, a couple years ago, San Diego rather, installed these things called reef balls to protect its Great Barrier Reefs. Or not Great Barrier Reefs, but its barrier reefs. The Great Barrier Reef is a different reef. And it looks like they're actually doing what they're supposed to do, that it's actually helping.
let's turn to today's Earth 8 report. The San Diego Bay.
Now, why are you so quiet? You shouldn't be this quiet. It's just problems all around, eh?
Showing promising signs of improvement, all thanks to what some might consider trash. This morning, we're sharing the progress being made in the South Bay.
They just don't want me to be able to stream today. God damn.
These are reef balls, 360 of them in the San Diego Bay, on the seafloor of the Chula Vista Wildlife Reserve. The former power plant site now home to all kinds of wildlife. And when you look closer, you'll see tiny critters taking up residence inside each one.
It is really cool. It also shows that we can just do this and create man-made reefs that will at least house some of the wildlife that we're leaving homeless.
native and other oysters and barnacles.
This is a project Eileen Maher is proud to share with CBS 8. She's the director of environmental conservation for the Port of San Diego.
You can see
Thankfully, this isn't a project that needs much funding.
It holds water at low tide.
We first showed you these reef balls in 2021. They were installed in December that year, made of oyster shells that came from the Carlsbad Aqua Farm. They were smashed up and mixed in with concrete, which includes sand, and formed into these balls that scientists hope will attract tons of new and native oysters.
We brought them in.
It's also
hoping
cool that they're
the
made via recycling.
natural animals that are in the bay will attach and find a home, and that's what they've done.
Mission accomplished here. Each oyster can filter about 50 gallons of water per day. So when you see a lot of them, just know they're playing a huge role in cleaning the water. When the water's healthy,
Hey, I
it
mean,
draws in more sea
better
life,
than
including fish,
any other
which
existing option.
brings in the birds, like the endangered least tern. A few have already arrived for their summer migration to the South Bay and will be nesting soon.
We should point out this is not an area that's open to the public. It's a protected habitat.
The thing is, like, these things not only create wildlife sanctuaries for animals that no longer have a home because of the dying of natural reefs from the water actually heating up, but they through that function into cleaning the actual water in the bay, into creating a synergistic existence with the humans who create these balls and swim in the bay, as well as other animals. Like, these are requirements for life, right? We need the ocean to be healthy. Like, the chain of life requires the link before it to not be broken, and all of those links interact with all of the other links. And so destroying an ecosystem is a really good way of creating unexpected consequences that come back to bite you in the ass. And this is a way of preventing that from happening. Could you put oysters in water purification plants? They said that they could filter 50 gallons a day. Theoretically, yes. I imagine that it would demand a lot of oysters, but, like, yeah, kinda.
Got access here because we want to show you this environmental success story. Also, these reef balls are only visible right now because it's low tide. During high tide, the water would be well over our heads. In fact, that right there is a water marker.
Wow.
It's during low tide that a lot of animals come out.
A lot of times at low tide, you'll see a lot of birds like right at the shoreline. So they're probing into the sediment, looking for little things to eat, worms, clams.
And there are plenty around the reef balls. Scientists have even spotted octopus.
Habitat we hadn't planned on, but the more the merrier.
I mean,
Turtles also call this area home.
We do have a
like,
resident-
it just kind of warms my heart to see an area of the San Diego Bay being more diverse with its wildlife. Just not by virtue of any real change that people have put in place, just trying out these, like, balls, see if they work. Let's install a couple of these and see what happens. Oh, suddenly there is an explosion in the amount of wildlife in the area. It almost seems like these two can be correlated, and that makes me happy, you know? Watching a devastated area return to a more healthy ecology just based off of us trying stuff, let alone knowing what we're doing, let alone knowing why these areas are coming back to life, and then putting that in conjunction with what we were doing with the experiment, and whether the lessons that we were looking for in that experiment were positive outcomes, and, like, whatever we found out that we intended to try with this, we've gone above and beyond. We've gotten a return on the investment that is much higher than expected. And so using that, we can make this even better next time. Imagine what these can actually do. If just a couple of these being installed made this big of a difference. Can we make bigger ones? Can we make smaller ones? Can we attach these in the deep ocean? Like, there are questions that now exist because of us even just trying this. And there is a benefit to the local community from that. Silly Twitch didn't give me a notification. Oof, now that makes sense.
Population of about 60 to 80 sea turtles in San
Was
Diego
back
Bay,
to back.
and they spend about 95% of their time in South Bay.
And the eelgrass, major sequesters of carbon, are also growing tall in the water right next to this new habitat.
Saw an osprey, which is a large predator. They have 6-foot wingspan. With a halibut, they like to eat fish, sitting on top of the reef ball,
Like, that's just
having
life.
lunch one day.
All of this being monitored for a total of 5 years. They hope their progress is proof that shells that otherwise would have been trashed can lead to environmental treasure.
The port
And again, it's not just bringing back the habitats, because that is awesome in and of itself. It's that these habitats house life that is beneficial to our existence, that cleans the water, that creates more oxygen. They take in carbon dioxide. Like, this is exactly what we need. This is the kind of technology that we should be researching more, investing in more, and creating more of in the physical world. But it is also really cool. Goes to show how resilient the world can be if we were at least, like, just to put in the bare minimum of effort, really. Yeah.
considers themselves the environmental steward of the bay, and so we want to try to do projects like this as often as possible.
It's just
to
crushed
make
up,
sure that
like,
the bay
oyster
continues to
shells and
increase
some
for-
concrete.
for all the critters that call it home.
Eileen beaming with pride as she shows us all the positive growth of a project she hopes expands across the state.
All this from just some concrete and some crushed oyster shells.
Now, we might see those in other parts
Yeah.
of shoreline that's eroding. It really does help bring back all the sea life.
It's interesting to see the balls before they go into the water, and then how they look after a while with all the shells
For a
and
moment,
the
you're like,
food.
am I on a different planet? Yeah.
Right, yeah, that's really neat.
When RFK poisons the water supply, get a pet oyster to filter your water. Might need, like, a few oysters, but I mean, theoretically, yeah. And, like, I'm sure you can make better water filters than oysters. But when we need a large amount of water filtered, wouldn't it be nice just to also have that? Like, work in conjunction with life on the planet to better life on the planet for all life on the planet? I feel like makes sense to me at the very least. I don't know. Maybe that's just me being a little too woke, though. But you know who else was woke? The Pope. The Pope was woke. And the next Pope might be less woke, but the last Pope was definitely woke. You want to know what Pope Francis did with the remaining funds that was in his bank account? The place in his will that all of that money was pointed directly towards? Well, it was at a pasta factory that juveniles in a detention center might be able to engage in to better their lives and to learn how to reintegrate into society. Who else wants Pizzaballa to become the Pope? I do. I want Pope Pizzaballa. That sounds amazing. Donate to Ukraine and to Palestine. Some of it, I'm sure, but a pasta factory that inmates, specifically juvenile inmates, can then go and work at. That's rehabilitative pasta. And I think that's amazing. That's not only a great use of your money, bettering the lives of others, but is functional. Like, this is a job for them. This is something that can sustain itself now because that money went to paying off the mortgage on the factory.
In Italy, pasta is sacred, made with just 2 ingredients, semolina and water. But Pastificio Futuro has a little something extra. The factory sits outside the Castle del Marmo Juvenile Detention Center in Rome. Here, Pope Francis washed the feet of the young inmates on Holy Thursday. Then, before he died, he gave the factory all the money in his bank account, some 200,000 euros. Its employees are current or former inmates, giving Carmine Gallo a way to return to society.
Oh, and some are current inmates, which is a way from keeping the inmates that are currently being detained from, I don't know, spending their time learning how to do crime better and turning the experience into something rehabilitative, where realistically, most of the times when we send someone to jail or to prison, they come out worse for it. This is at the very least a way for that to not be guaranteed. I think it's great. What's up, Zaz?
Pope Francis donated the money to pay for the mortgage here. What difference will that make in your future? He says he now has a future because of Francis. Food technologist Gianfranco Desideri leads the factory.
I started here for make a good pasta.
Oh, of course, Matt.
And then I understand the real purpose of this project. So help these guys to change their life.
You're trying to make good men.
Yes, I'm trying.
As word of Francis' donation spread, sales of the 10 different pastas got a papal spike. Each bag with the Pope's advice: don't let your hope be stolen.
I think that that's lovely. First of all, like, imagine buying pasta and it comes with like a quote from the Pope, "Don't let your hope be stolen." That's sweet. Secondly, like, it's practicing what's being preached. Don't let your hope be stolen is something that could be said to, let's say, juvenile delinquents that are being detained in a juvenile prison. And don't let your hope be stolen can be a way of, let's put an effort into creating a system in which you have some power into changing your life. You don't have to just hope for the best. You can't expect others to make your life better, especially once you come out of prison. Then, yeah, don't let it be stolen. Go work. Go create something that you're proud of. This is inspiring. This is an actual holy man, yeah.
That special ingredient, a final gift from a man who practiced what he preached. Ann Thompson, NBC News, Rome.
Thanks for watching.
Like, it's actually useful. Making pasta is a physical activity. It is a distraction, but it is also a way of engaging communally and working together as a team with other people who work in this factory, which is great, specifically for teenagers who end up in jail. You know, it's almost like these kids could use some practice in working together as a team, in putting effort into what they do and to feel pride in it. It's an art form. Yeah, he's not even Italian. That's true. That's true. Doesn't matter. Does not matter, honestly. Now, speaking of popes, though, we are getting a new one soon. I thought we were going to get one today, but it turns out they didn't. And as much as I dislike religion, the new pope matters for a lot of reasons, and we'll take a look at why in a second. Let's just get like the rundown.
Well, billions of people are keeping an eye on the roof of the Sistine Chapel. That's because smoke from its chimney, expected in the coming hours, will signal the result of the first ballot to choose a new pope.
Yeah, 133 cardinals locked inside the chapel for the papal conclave are deciding who will be the next leader of the
Rondo. The new pope DLC just takes a hot minute to download. It's a big file. I hope it's another Jesuit, but that won't happen anytime soon. We'll see. I really hope it's Pizza Balla.
Catholic Church, and they've been offered what's known as the College of Cardinals report. This is supposed to help them get to know one another better. That's what its creators are saying, adding that it was compiled by, quote, independent journalists and researchers.
The report profiles about 40 papal candidates and looks at where they stand on various church topics, including same-sex blessings and contraception.
CNN's Christopher Lamb is live for us outside St. Peter's Square. So the voting is underway right now in the Sistine Chapel, where 133 cardinals are gathered. We're waiting to see who gets more than 2/3 of the vote. Walk us through.
No one did today. We'll see what happens tomorrow. I assume they vote, like, what, daily, or do they just like not leave the chamber once they're in?
Where we are in the process, because it's likely to take a couple of days, at least.
I assume that means they do leave the chamber once they're in.
Yes, I mean, this conclave is very unpredictable. We don't know how long it is going to take, but The thing is, there are so many cardinals from different parts of the world, around 70 countries represented, and we don't know how they're going to decide who should be the next pope, because it's so unpredictable given these different nationalities, different viewpoints.
I feel like if any, like, shouldn't God decide?
But it's clear that there is a front runner that some cardinals want, that is Cardinal Pietro Parolin. And it was very interesting today that in the homily for a mass for the election of the Pope, Cardinal Ray, the Dean of the College of Cardinals, appeared to indicate that he is supporting Parolin. During the sign of peace, it was notable that he embraced Cardinal Ray warmly, as if to sort of say, have courage. And the homily that Cardinal Ray gave, whilst it was warm about some of the things,
I don't know who these people are, nor do I really care about the processes. You joke, but the Catholic Pope election was the only long-term democracy for centuries. I mean, you're not wrong, but in today's day and age, like, this can either be a net neutral to society or a negative. Like, we're not getting a net positive out of here, but it can be really bad depending on how this goes. Like, there are certain people who are, I don't know, paying a lot of attention to this for very specific reasons that don't actually come from a place of Christ-likeness, or Christness, rather. Do you have any idea how hard it is to get any God on the phone? Try calling up, and those, if you're lucky, you don't get a coyote on the phone punking you. The thing is, like, you don't need to call God up on the phone to get him to decide, right? I feel like that's Francis's job once he shows up, like, you know, knock on the pearly gates. Hey, I'm home. You should probably tell the people downstairs who the next person is. The problem is that the bishops all move diagonally. That is a very big problem. Now, in this case,
Joni O'Sullivan recently met with one podcaster and content creator who considers himself a traditionalist Catholic. But you might be surprised to what he is preaching online. Here's Joni's report.
Well, I mean, this guy's religion certainly is.
This is where you go live.
He liked women's lib. John Paul II, it said some really evil things. Because women should develop economic skills. Why? I mean, why? The ironic thing is some women do, like you actually kind of have.
This is Timothy J. Gordon.
Do you get a lot of hate?
Some. Lots really happened in the last 3 years that has helped to normalize.
I'll throw some more hate your way.
The way.
As you might be able to tell from his home decor, Timothy is a Christian.
Really
in fact, he's
interesting music that goes along with this.
Part of a conservative Catholic movement known as traditionalism.
Basically, society is kind of the matrix.
Yep.
If you look at it from outside the matrix, everything is wired to make women think that they can be independent. And women aren't independent of men. The Bible teaches us this. St. Paul says it in 3 places. Women are by their nature dependent on men, and they're happy that way. And they get miserable when they're forced to be the main character acting like a man out in the world.
Timothy...
Right, yeah, that, sure. Whatever you say, buddy.
Is part of the manosphere,
yeah,
a group of online influencers that tell young men they need to fight against feminism.
There's some competing iterations of how to restore masculinity.
How about stop being a little bitch boy? That's a good option. That's one way to start, I would say.
Probably heard of, Andrew Tate, and those guys offer a perfectly valid critique of feminism.
The woman must learn that her man is iron mounted and the easiest path is to obey.
But Timothy says people like Tate are not helping.
They're bringing solutions to these young men that aren't true. And they're saying, sleep with a bunch of women.
I thought they were telling people I thought sleeping with a bunch of women was a gay thing to do now, based on Andrew Tate. Like, you guys can't even get your own narrative in order.
Contraception and birth control. It's basically feminism for men.
March has turned out to be International Women's Month.
Timothy has 8 kids and preaches an interpretation of the...
You're not wrong. He does look like... Yeah. Pretty on point.
Bible that is rooted in patriarchy. He hosts a podcast with his wife Stephanie.
Oh, there's Deus Vult, the eternal war cry of people who will remain virgins for the rest of their life.
He sometimes appears on.
Now, my wife doesn't have to be a follower of all men, but every woman is literally called in 8 places in the New Testament to follow her husband under pain of sin. And
my God, we need to bring smoking the Bible back.
And that's the way it's good. That's the way she shows her love for God.
Mike Lewis is the founding managing editor of the blog Where Peter Is, a site he says was set up in part to respond to American traditionalist Catholics' attacks on Pope Francis. Tim Gordon's argument is it's there in black and white in the Bible. Women are there to serve men. Men are dominant. There is a patriarchy.
Well, I would classify that as a fundamentalist point of view. The Catholic Church has always been very clear that it is the Pope and the bishops in communion with him that authentically interpret Scripture. And this is wholeheartedly rejected by figures who
You need the right type of wizard, or you're gonna get the wrong outcome when you try and de-scramble the scrambled puzzle, you know? Just got I was about to say who this Arthur Fleck look-alike. Honestly, good on y'all. The paper needs to be smokable. The paper is smokable. The ink tends to not be.
Are into this Catholic version of the manosphere.
Pope Francis was deeply unpopular with manosphere Catholics like Timothy.
The worst pope in the history of 266 Roman Catholic popes.
And among...
You mean like the only one that was remotely Christ-like for the last, I don't know, half century at the very least? Smoke them if you pope them, true. Christianity is an invader religion. Hooks in Western Hemisphere is a remnant of colonialism. Well, like, the ideals that the West holds as Christian can't even really be attributed to Christianity, considering the fact that the Bible was rewritten and translated with pretty much no oversight for, what, 2,000 years now? They don't even know what the fuck the book actually says. At least the Muslims have some math shit that you have to first do to change the book. You have to solve the math puzzle. And that makes it at least a little bit more difficult to change the book. Gringos got Puritans because fuckers had to run away from England because the fat king wanted a divorce. I mean, that's true. Depends on the denomination. I mean, yes, but still, ain't nobody's basing their, like, understandings off the original Bible, you know? No, like, even Catholics in America, Protestants, any variant of, like, the subclasses under them, yeah, they're not basing what they believe, even on the modern Bible, for the most part. Like, they even go against that. Wasn't J.D. Vance arguing that empathy is a sin with this Pope not even a month, like, before he died?
Broader traditionalist Catholics like Steve Bannon.
And we stand in absolute defiance of this Pope. The Vatican deep state is the mother of all deep states. The movement of conservative Catholics, traditional Catholics, even people, young people going to the Orthodox side of Catholicism.
Well, speaking of Orthodox Catholicism, J.D. Vance is Opus Dei. Whether he's actually Opus Dei or not is unimportant anyway. Vance is owned by Teal. Teal is Opus Dei, and that's confirmed. So it makes no difference.
It's one of the great developments in the 21st century.
Mike is worried what the traditionalists and so-called manosphere Catholics could do to the church in America. Tim Gordon, and I've seen others, basically say that they're seeing an uptick in young men picking up the Catholic faith because of these very traditionalist extreme views on women.
From what I've heard,
true.
it is
Matty
a trend.
Holmes,
I've seen reports of conversions due to this. I think there are a lot of disenfranchised young males who are looking for something.
Yeah.
My concern is that in a lot of cases, it's
well, I mean, like, simply, Steve, Pakistan and India isn't a proxy war. That's just a war, but What's Opus Dei? Opus Dei is a Christianity cult from the Orthodox Christianity side.
An alt-right ideology that isn't in line with what the Catholic Church teaches.
As for Timothy and other traditionalist Catholics, they view this conclave as one of the most important in the Church's history. What happens if the next Pope...
Christian mafia with its hands in the U.S. government. Opus Dei is hardcore right-wing Catholic group, yeah. And Leonard Leo, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk has some ties to it as well. It's the Christian CIA, essentially. Don't know if you want to, but we can go through news. I'll just bring Latin American side. Valid. No, go for it. You can always. Now, like, if you want to jump in on a call, I might hold off on a minute, because we're going to talk about a couple specific things that, like, I want to go into, that we're not going to sit around and talk about American news for the most of the beginning of this stream, but there is a bit in which I definitely could use some of your input, did so, considering it is going to go and revolve around mostly where we're sending the people that we're kicking out of the country. See you, Learda. Hope to see you later, but have a good meeting. All of the Republican SCOTUS Catholic members are Opus Dei. That's also true. There's pretty strong links throughout.
Is like Francis.
It will be catastrophic for the church because if there's another Francis prototype, then it'll probably mean schism in the church.
Oh, great. Another schism. That would be funny as hell. All right, give me 2 seconds. Sorry, I know we just started, but I did spend half an hour trying to solve technical issues, so I do gotta go pee, but I'll be quick. I'll be quick. Sorry about that. I'm back. Now, for those who waited, you want to see something great? Because it seems to me like Poseidon is pissed. Very pissed.
One moment, this was what appeared to be a classic Miami pleasure cruise. A luxurious boat deck packed just off the coast of Miami Beach. But the weekend joyride in Florida's Biscayne Bay quickly turned into a dangerous situation.
Vessel taking on water.
What appears to be a 63-foot-long Lamborghini yacht started to sink. The surreal scene captured on camera from multiple angles.
Could you imagine? Dude, no way.
The U.S. Coast Guard says 32 people were rescued. You can see some stranded boaters wearing life jackets. Nearby vessels and
Hail Poseidon. My god beats the shit out of your god.
emergency responders swarming within minutes, helping passengers to safety.
We were able to get on scene and thankfully get all these people, these 32 individuals, off this vessel taking on water, and with no medical concerns reported.
I'm really glad every single person got out of that perfectly fine, unscathed, so that I could really take in the joy of fuck that person's yacht in particular. we need more of this. I want to see more sinking yachts, actually, with everyone getting off of them and surviving, of course.
Managing to save what looked like high-value goods, including possibly a Louis Vuitton patterned purse and a laptop.
Well, you brought your computer?
Some even poking fun as the ordeal unfolded.
Lamborghini yacht, yeah. It's giving Titanic.
The Coast Guard says the incident happened near Monument Island, a small strip of land between mainland Miami and Miami Beach, the area popular for ritzy yachting and near the exclusive Star Island, home to sprawling estates owned by the likes of Jennifer Lopez. The cause of the incident still unclear, but the Coast Guard confirms the yacht has been prevented from fully sinking.
We were able to put airbags on it and remove it from the channel so it would not be a hazard to navigation.
Whether that multi-million-dollar boat will ever sail again, also unclear, as the Coast Guard says its owner is still working with commercial salvage to determine what to do next.
No amount of money will ever save you. You're not wrong, Ditso. Poseidon and or Neptune reminding these rich kids that no amount of money will save you in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. If only, Comrade Lennon. The thing is, like, these people's lives were saved by emergency services that they would almost certainly support the defunding of. Given that they are on a several million-dollar Lamborghini yacht, I'm sure someone on that yacht could have afforded, I don't know, a helicopter that would come and evacuate them with private money, but there are lines. Did we not learn from the Titanic submersible to play in the ocean at your own folly? Well, we don't learn. We're Americans, Rondo. Learning is for the French.
And Jesse Kirsch joins us now from Miami. Kind of wild, Jesse, to see people laughing while the Coast Guard is trying to rescue them. In your report, you mentioned there were...
Literally, yes, laughing while they're being rescued. But secondly, also, yeah, I need to make sure that I got my laptop and my iPad and my Louis Vuitton bag. Like, really? That's the important stuff? Is your material, like, possessions, not your life? I want them to defund emergency services unless I'm in an emergency. Basically, yeah, that kind of people. Should have made a swim for it. I was laughing too hard. How many of these people do you think could swim? Just out of curiosity. Because, like, you gotta learn how to swim. 3 out of the 30? I'm sure more than 3 out of the 30 could swim. It was overcrowded, so much money and zero notion of safety. Reap what you sow. Well, yeah, exactly did so. What's this? Yeah, it sank because it was overloaded, according to its specs. So literally their own fault then for sinking the boat that was listed for sale at $4.7 million. Entirely their own fault, yeah. There went the insurance claim. Yeah, it literally also to the only group of people who would actually get an insurance payout in this country as well, rich folks.
32 people rescued from that boat. Is that how many were on it? And it seems like that is a lot just for the size of that boat. Do we know if this was overcrowded?
Yeah, Ellison, there have been some reports leading to some questions around the capacity of this boat. We have reached out to authorities on this to find out what the official maximum capacity of that boat should be, but we have not yet heard back from the lead investigative agency on this.
Yeah, they had 32 kids on a boat whose specs was a max of 12. Oh, yeah, I hope they live long and fruitful lives. Now, they don't get hurt. And they didn't get hurt. They all got off the boat. But I do enjoy watching their suffering, both economic suffering, sure, but we all know that, like, if your boat is nearly $5 million, you're probably fine. More just, I hope that they get made fun of relentlessly for doing that to themselves. Apparently, these kids' private schools' tuitions were an absolute waste. well, most cases of private school tuition does tend to be a waste, but yeah. Who goes on a cruise on a Wednesday? People who don't have a job, Lennon? People who don't need to have a job. But speaking of Florida, we're not done yet. Poseidon is mad. It wasn't just the boat, because if you know anything about Poseidon, not only is he the god of the sea, also god of earthquakes, and large crack discovered under a California condo building forcing evacuations, I feel like could be attributed to Poseidon as well.
In Florida, people ordered to evacuate from a high-rise building after construction workers found a large crack in a pillar underneath the building. This is in the city of Clearwater, west of Tampa. So here is CBS News national correspondent Manuel Bajorquez.
That situation is unfolding on the west coast of Florida, where Clearwater Beach authorities say that condo building, a 12-story building, had to be evacuated after crews that were doing construction work on the first floor garage noticed a large crack on a pillar.
And also the god of 2, possibly 3 new FA-18 Super Hornets. Exactly.
They said that crack was several feet wide, clearly a cause for concern. So authorities were called. They were brought in to evacuate the building. A total of 60 people had to find somewhere else to spend the night. And now they're waiting to see when the building will be stabilized, as that work is going on with no clue.
I'm telling you, this building isn't going to be stabilized. This entire state looks bound for the sea.
And they may be able to return. All of this, of course, brings back horrible memories of what happened here in South Florida. Back in 2021, the Surfside building collapsed, which killed 98 people. And ever since that happened, the state passed a law that increases the frequency of which condo buildings...
No, this isn't the sea's fault, but it is still very funny.
...have to have inspections, and also makes them have...
It's a red state. I don't care. I think it's funny.
Cash on hand, reserves that are required in case fixes need to be made.
Yeah,
and it has happened. In fact, one building not far from us was shut down.
Construction in Florida is entirely corruption, by the way. Like, what construction company is building in Florida right now that isn't corrupt? And also, who thought it was a good idea to build a condo on a foundation that is constantly wet and very likely to sink, let alone, you know, build a shitty foundation on pretty much naturally uninhabitable swampland? Hephaestus did this. This is Hephaestus's doing. Exactly. So you're actually so right. Oh, God. Or gods, rather.
For 3 years, essentially, after several problems were discovered and they had to be fixed. People were just 3 years later allowed to get back into those condos. So again, this is something that causes headaches and causes a lot of expenses for people. But the state and many people we've spoken with say that all of this is necessary to ensure that another Surfside does not happen again.
All right. Arundo, no, I learned that from reading Percy Jackson and the Olympians. And, I don't know. They can go whine to Trump. That's true. That is something they can do. That is one of the benefits of living in Florida, is you can go and petition the king directly. We need to bring back Greek mythology. Whatever happened to praying to Zeus, that became praying to Trump instead. The Greeks, with their mythology at the very least, created a system in which it was fun. Not like, you know, one all-knowing guy in a robe in the sky who vaguely smells of alcohol and tobacco, but more just a pantheon of interesting people who will fuck around and find out. The problem with Zeus is that he was a little rapey. Well, actually, most of them were a little rapey. That's a problem with a lot of them, but it's not necessarily a problem that modern religion solved. They're all also kind of rapey. You know, Jesus was immaculately conceived with a little bit of a lack of consent, actually. Well, this reminds us when a city allows developers to do whatever the hell they want with no urban or rural planning. This is what happens. And you look at Florida, its development has many holes in it. Holes in it is a way of putting that lightly, Ditso. They had lore. Zeus like fucked a cloud, and that's how the world was created. Interesting. But yeah, a pantheon of fuck-ups, basically, except for Hades. Hades is the only one who actually did his job, and remains to this day resentful that everyone else didn't do their job. The eternally relatable Hades. The only one who actually paid attention and cared. It's a shame that Republicans aren't funny. Because, like, they could be funny. They have opportunities to do bad things that would also be funny. But they just lack the creativity. Like this is something that if Trump did would be actually hysterical. By changing the name of the San Andreas fault line to Biden's fault. But no, like they're never going to be able to come up with something like that. No Republican would come up with changing the San Andreas fault to Biden's fault. It's a shame. What's up, Lanky Sapien? The Egyptian underworld god was pretty cool. That was his main thing, that he was green. I do like green things. And Hades is actually married, probably stayed faithful. I mean, I wouldn't go that far. But more so than Zeus, at least. Hades was also supposed to be ugly, but was married to Aphrodite? No, actually, Hades is married to Persephone. Aphrodite is married to Hephaestus, who is ugly, and is perfectly fine. The thing is, like, the interpersonal relationships between the Greek gods, and even the Roman gods, which are the same aspects of the Greek gods, they're just a bit more militant variety. They had personality. Like, they were people, you know? They were at least based on people. They were, like, their stories were meant to come across as lessons to those who heard them. That's how their religion worked. It wasn't like God wrote all of these rules down and you have to follow them. It was, well, look at the gods and watch their mistakes and do better than the gods, because, you know, like, they made their mistakes and now you can learn from them. That's why they tell us these things. Like, that's their mentality, and I think that just off the bat leads to better outcomes to begin with. But, you know, right-wingers can't do comedy. You're right, Lanky Sapien, they really can't. Darn, my Latin teacher would kill me. Based. But also, like, your Latin teacher probably wouldn't kill you, considering that would be more towards the Roman gods. But Latin teachers are, at least in my experience, particularly based. This makes me laugh. What is it? What you got here? What's making you laugh? I want to laugh. It's like a 4-minute video about the Greek underworld. Is this copyright? No, it doesn't look to be. Oh, but it is in Spanish. And I don't speak Spanish, so I'm sorry, but we're not gonna play it. It's like good stories for life advice. True. Weren't all of the Greek gods also gay? No, but they were definitely fruity. Most of them were, at the very least, bi. Like, there's also the minor deities from Greek myth that are really interesting. One of the, like, more interesting stories I remember reading was how Cupid and Psyche, or, you know, what's the Roman name for Psyche? Eros and Psyche, or I think would be the way to do it. I think actually Psyche was the Roman name for the god. I can't remember the Greek name. It's one or the other, but that was a story about someone who, just like a girl who existed, who was really attractive, and people constantly compared her to Aphrodite. And so Aphrodite went to Apollo, and Apollo, like, cursed this girl so that like she had to be exiled, and so Aphrodite wouldn't have to feel like she was being competed with for affection and praise from the general public. But it turns out that like the Cupid falls in love with this girl who gets cursed to essentially the point where she has to remove herself entirely from society. Like, there's just interesting characters. And then, like, at the end of that story, it's Mira. Or Mira. I'm not sure I've actually ever read Mira in part of this story. But, like, yeah, there's various, like, parts of it. But, like, the end of the story comes to... don't be a dick to Aphrodite, because she will mess with your kids and your kids' kids, as well as really anybody. But secondly, that even people who are seen as worthless by society can be seen as so important that they are worth risking wrath of the gods, of like the greater Olympian entire pantheon on your ass specifically, to care about that person. Like, that's the moral of that story. Did you react to the debate? No, and I won't be doing that. Ethoslav, I don't care at all. Aphrodite will fuck your whole lineage up. That's true. That is true. It was Eros, Aphrodite's son, who then cursed Mira. Ah, okay, I got it a little bit wrong. It's been a while since I've read that myth. But, yeah. What did the planets get named after? The Roman version. Oh, also Cassandra. Cassandra was definitely cursed by Apollo, so. Ethan Klein and Hassan probably is what I'm imagining that question was about, Lanky Sapien. She was the god of beauty. And sex, I believe. The Greeks were interesting. In fact, I think the Greek gods are more interesting than the Roman variants, because the Roman variants are much more focused on militarism. They lose some of their personality. And remember that Aphrodite would be the one that started the Trojan War, so it's not like the Greeks lack their militarism. Alright, so let's move on to some news. Apparently, protesters have taken over the Columbia University Library, which I think is very based, actually. Because remember, it is illegal to do this now. It is illegal to protest on a college campus. These students are risking not only their ability to stay out of a gulag, but I mean, like, their education, their ability to graduate, as well as the safety of their friends and family.
All right, we want to get to some breaking news now. We're getting reports that protesters have taken over Butler Library on Columbia University's campus. Let's go to our breaking news correspondent, Chanel Call.
Okay, it was definitely Cassandra that I was mixing that up with. You're right.
The CBS Newsroom. Chanel, I know you just got a statement from Columbia University. What are they saying?
Right. So the university releasing this statement that says, in part, the university is responding and working to mitigate the situation. Let's show you the entire statement here. It says, unfortunately, the university is dealing with a disruption in reading room 301 of Butler Library. Columbia's public safety team is responding and working to mitigate the situation. Individuals have been asked for identification, which will be recorded and asked to disperse. They've been told
all things are illegal, all of them.
That failure to comply will result in violations of our rules and policies and possible arrest. No individuals who have been protesting in the reading room have chosen at this point to identify themselves and depart. Individuals who were not involved in the protest have been allowed to leave. While this is isolated to one room in the library, it is completely unacceptable that some individuals are choosing to disrupt academic activities as our students are studying and preparing for final exams. These disruptions of
I'm sorry, how are they disrupting? By occupying one room in the library?
Campus and academic activities will not be tolerated. Individuals found to be in violation of university rules and policies will face disciplinary consequences.
I feel like if anything shouldn't be tolerated, it shouldn't be disruption to learning environments, it should be something like, I don't know, fascism overtaking the country. I feel like that should be a bit more important right now than the people studying for exams. Fuck that shit. Kudos to them, at least the direct action made it onto the news. Let's see if they can keep that momentum. Well, I mean, like, they're at risk. Like, it is illegal to do this now. You're not allowed to protest on university campuses. They're all getting desperate if they're banning all dissent. This is a good sign for things to come. I don't know. I'm not as hopeful as you guys that this is going to lead to anything positive or really anything at all. I'm preparing to leave the USA. Hope it works out. Good on you, Wet Camera Inc. I would get the fuck out if I was you as well. Good luck. Hope you manage to get to where you're going safely. I wouldn't say where you're going to go until you're there, but an arrest for this should honestly go on their fucking resume as a positive, big, massive green flag. Hell yeah. Hell, like, if you, at this point, get arrested for this, and then you, like, leave the United States and go pretty much anywhere else, you can kind of put that on a resume. Depending on the job that you're applying for, I suppose.
We ask our community members to please avoid the immediate area near Butler Library in near term. And so, again, just want to mention that this just happening within the last hour this afternoon here in New York at Columbia University's main library. I don't think that we have video to show you just yet, but we're taking a look at what we're starting to see on social media. We need to verify that first before we can, of course, share that with you and our...
I hope we see many, many more of these. Well, universities have always been grounds to start movements legally or illegally, or like the legality or the illegality of it sometimes is irrelevant, being illegal, while the actors, like, yeah, of course, like the legality of the actual scenario doesn't matter, because that's the whole point of a protest, is you're protesting things that are immoral, whether they are legal or illegal. That doesn't matter. The law would just change if it was legal and it was something that the people in power didn't want them to do. They would just make it illegal. So yeah, they do know what they're risking. But to me, that's the more important part of it, is that these are people that know that if they are caught for this, they could get sent to a different country, not just El Salvador now, but also possibly Rwanda or Libya. We're going to get to that in a second. Or the fact that their family members might get targeted, or that their friends might get targeted, or that they might actually just be killed by the police. Again, the police can just do that now. We saw with the 2 executive orders that functionally work like martial law. There's nothing protecting these students, and so that's what makes it so much more inspiring. These protests, they won't work out, but on a macro scale, like this shows that we have emotion to change things. Of course, we do. We right now are in a state of flux where pretty much nothing solidly is set in stone. And so we do have the power to change things. As I've said a few times lately, you can look around yourself every day. Look at any news source on any given day over the last month. There's things that we considered impossible happening all the time, like every day now. And so if those impossible things are now possible, then, and to be fair, they are all negative, there are also things that are now possible that we would have considered impossible not that long ago, that might be positives, that we can do, that we can work towards. We're not cooked yet, is what I'm trying to say. So many of my role models have been arrested for getting into good trouble. That's based. And realistically, I mean, like, you kind of have to put enough effort into your ideals for the law to strike out against you for holding those ideals. And so generally, yeah, when people are so strong on their ethical or moral frameworks that they're getting arrested for it, and those ethical and moral frameworks are positive, they're good, they're functional, then yeah, that tends to be a good thing. What's up, Art? Good to see ya. I mean, I don't care about how good Democrats are doing in the polls. I don't care about the polls, period. Like, you're not getting a free and fair election in 26, so not to say that you shouldn't still vote, you should, but I don't care enough to pay attention to them, especially not this far out. Right now, I feel like there's a lot more pressing going on that could really result to the collapse of the country before even 26. This is why I say Trump is winning is a good thing for the left. We have so much more opportunity. Well, to an extent. It depends on, first off, whether we even have a country left, but secondly, like, the global scenario matters. The context of how other countries are having the Trump effect change their politics so far seems to be somewhat positive, but also not a blanket black and white. Some have gone the other end, like the UK, for example, which has gone more to the right, even after the Trump effect, with reform winning. I'm a white cis male, so my vote actually counts. Yeah, but you might not have anyone to vote for other than the one person. So, like, it doesn't matter. Like, free and fair doesn't mean just because you're white and cis male that your vote actually counts anyway. Like, you can be white and cis male and you can vote for the person against the people in power and your vote still won't count. They'll just throw it out out of the window anyway. Like, the Republicans are not going to be removed from power electorally. I just don't believe it right now. I have nothing to tell me that this is a possibility. I have no reason to believe it. Now, if we get closer to that election, and I do have reason to believe it, then okay, we'll reassess then. Just right now, I have no reason to believe why your vote would matter at all, or why you would even get one. The UK is so done to the new Romania? True. We're also really done. We're fucked. So first off, there's been an offer to pay people $1,000 to self-deport, which is sad, honestly. Especially, it'd be even more sad for those who have to take it. Interesting music.
What we thought we'd do is a self-deport, where we're going to pay each one a certain amount of money, and we're going to get them a beautiful flight back to where they came from, and they have a period of time. And if they make it, we're going to work with them so that maybe someday, with a little work, they can come back in if they're good people. If they miss that limit, they're going to be taken out of our country, and they will never get a path to come back in, and it'll be a much tougher process.
Won't that cost like $20 trillion? Probably, but like, you really think these guys would pay for any of them? Do you think that if you, let's say, self-deported and then you sent an email to Homeland Security and saying, hey, listen, I was living in the US and I've self-deported, can I have my $1,000, that they're gonna give it to you? Or that, like, you are in the US and saying, hey, look, I'm getting ready to self-deport and I just wanted my $1,000 real quick. You think that they're gonna, not just send ICE to your house to have you arrested? Yeah, like, literally. This man is not known for paying people that he says he will pay. He can't afford the flights himself. He's so desperate. Why is he negotiating with terrorists? The thing is, like, you can ask all of these questions and it doesn't matter because you're never going to catch them in a lie, or like, you're never going to get them to incriminate themselves. And by incriminate, I mean, like, to make themselves look bad to the base. You're just never going to end up with that as the outcome. Ever. They don't think. Are you saying that the only way to get rid of Republicans would be to stage a revolution against Trump and his cronies? No, of course not. Why would I ever say that? That would be illegal. What the fuck is a beautiful flight? I swear that's pathetic even by Trump standards. Like, he has a 70-word vocabulary. He just has to throw beautiful in there every now and again. Or it might sound like he said the same thing over and over. Too many times.
We're getting him out. It's a very difficult thing with the court.
We just need to send him back where he came from. Yeah, dig up his mother right now. Someone find out where she's buried.
It's because the courts have all of a sudden, out of nowhere, they said, maybe you have to have trials. We're going to have 5 million trials. Doesn't work. You wouldn't have a country left.
Sure. Yeah, let's go with the same reasoning that the Nazis used. Yeah, it was too hard and expensive to give them all trials. Not what I meant with Satan's butt crack. I mean, that works too. One or the other. It's a beautiful plan. We'll pay them to leave. We're getting them out. Yeah, like they'll just say everything. Out of nowhere, they pulled up this Constitution thing, and it was completely out of right field. Like, yeah. Trials? It's not fair. The thing is, like, I said this last time, I'm pretty sure he doesn't think that they need to give, like, due process to people they don't want to. I think that Trump actually thinks that, because I don't think that he is told things by his staff. He keeps answering questions on this subject like, oh, well, my lawyer said this, and I'll have to check with my lawyers. He doesn't know, so he just works off of what they tell him, and they tell him what they're okay with him saying on live television. How can he possibly know if he can't read it himself? Well, I mean, that's definitely, you know, one reason. And again, why would they tell him the reality of the context if they don't want him saying it on television? Is it just me, or did Trump's hair go from, like, being dark blonde to light brown to just kind of like gray? I mean, like, he's old. He's old. And realistically, I mean, like, his hair was getting dyed anyway. Maybe he just needs a touch-up. So, we're sending folks to Rwanda now, by the way. Or rather, we're in talks to send folks to Rwanda now. If we found a way to splatter his name throughout the information, maybe we'd get him to read it. That's what they had to do in 2016. Yeah, I'm sure he gets it dyed, Lord Fluffy Art. Isn't his hair a toupee anyway? Right? It is, right? Just to clarify, I can't... Toupee. I thought they just glued dead grass on his head. How bad did he fuck up that even El Salvador doesn't want to take people anymore? I don't necessarily think it's that. I think it's just spread them out and make it even more difficult to track people down. But also, like, Rwanda is a country that the UK tried to send their migrants to. At least with the UK, those were actual migrants half the time. I bet he'll talk about sending them to Madagascar. Hitler did the same. Well, I mean, for now, we've got Libya, Rwanda, and El Salvador, so... Wait, why is El Salvador taking people? Aren't they mega overpopulated? It doesn't matter if you're sending them to the Gulag, where they're not getting, like, fed or taken care of well. It doesn't necessarily matter. It's for the labor, Lord Fluffy Art. It's because El Salvador benefits from labor camps, just like how Rwanda benefits from labor camps. And if you don't know what Rwanda's famous for, well, it's also a genocide. So they really do fall really close within the parameters of what our government holds dear and what their government holds dear.
These accommodations in Rwanda's
also, I fully do not believe that any of the accommodations that are shown in this video is where they're sending people in Rwanda from the United States.
Capital Kigali have stood empty for months but the government hopes that won't last much longer. After reports last week suggested Rwanda was open to taking in US deported migrants, the foreign minister confirmed...
Yeah, like maybe if like 700 people fit in this one room specifically, like even if Rwanda would be willing to house people in accommodations like this, MAGA would not be willing to pay for it. They would think that this is too nice. There's not enough suffering here. There were 360 US Marines 30 miles away the whole time that genocide was happening. That is totally unsurprising.
Monday that talks with Washington have begun.
I can confirm that this is the case, but the discussions are preliminary, so I won't go into the details that will be discussed.
Talks over migrant deals are nothing new for Rwanda. In 2022, the government agreed to take in migrants deported by the UK. The plan was nearly finalized but collapsed when a new Labour government took office last year.
Rwanda is like the size of Rhode Island. There's not enough room. There's enough room when the goal is to treat this the same way that like a trash compactor would. You know, slam it down from the sides and then from the top and the bottom. You can't even get quality housing in the US, no shot. Yeah, literally.
Since then, Rwanda has looked further west to a president who has vowed to ramp up deportations of undocumented migrants. El Salvador, Panama, and Costa Rica have already accepted some of those deported from the US, but the Trump administration wants to go further.
We are working with other countries to say, we want to send you some of the most despicable human beings to your countries.
I mean, that's the point, Lennon. Yeah.
Deal with Rwanda might look like remains unclear. Media reports suggest the US wants to pay the country to accept migrants and fund a program
yeah,
to
like
help
even
them.
if the accommodations are nice, you're right, Brain Matter. You are literally picking people up and yeeting them away from everyone and everything that they know. The quality of the housing or flights is a bad attempt to distract from the Inhumane Act. Well, like, again, even if under the best circumstances, this is already still immoral. But it's not even the circumstances that we're in. Like, this is not happening. You're not getting to stay in those accommodations anyway. Maybe, again, 700 of you to one room. Maybe. That's still too nice.
Integrate into Rwandan society. But Rwanda has
Rwanda's like 10 times the size of Rhode Island. Actually, remember, Africa is huge. To be fair, I was being like a bit unserious there, but still true. Like, it's not about space. They don't, it's not about how big this space is or how many people that they can actually fit in. It's not about that. None of that matters. They'll go to Elon Musk's emerald or cobalt mines. I'm sure some of them will. Just a few choice individuals willing to sell it on camera. Yeah.
Criticism for human rights abuses. The UN warns that migrants sent there could be deported again to countries where their safety isn't guaranteed.
Well, there you go. As we said, Lennon, first of all, again, neither of these were deportations. None of them have been deportations. But yes, if we send people to Rwanda, well, then they can just get displaced further from Rwanda. They can just get sold into slavery from there. Plus, if Rwanda needs more land, they'll just invade Congo right next door, I'm sure. Maybe this is where they're gonna send all of the women, which we still haven't seen where all of the women that ICE is picking up are. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why we're setting it up in Rwanda, so we can send all of the women there, and then they can get sold into sexual slavery in some other country through the Rwandan gulags that we're going to be employing here. Jesus Christ. All right, I'm gonna be back again in 2 seconds. Jeez, I don't know why I need to piece about this. So, outside of Rwanda, though, there is more than that, because we're also going to send people to Libya. Swiftly deporting migrants, or rather deporting migrants to Libya would violate court order, U.S. judge rules, and no one cares. Nobody cares. First flights may leave Wednesday for Libya. Have fun, whichever of you U.S. citizens ends up in Libya. Again, U.S. judge said any effort by the Trump administration to deport migrants to Libya would clearly violate a prior court order from barring officials from swiftly deporting migrants to countries other than their own without first weighing whether they risk persecution or torture if they're sent there. That doesn't matter. No one cares. Like, at all. Speaking of, actually, let me see if I can get a decent video of this up. If I got deported to Libya, I'd honestly just give up. Well, first off, you wouldn't get deported to Libya, because you're not from Libya, and you're not being returned home to your country. But honestly, at that point, like,
Today in our
just hold off for a little longer. You're close to where some of the action is. Give up. Why? Libya has great beaches, though. I mean, that's true. So,
today in our spotlight, President Trump.
I do actually have a video, too, in fact.
Trump administration may begin deporting migrants to Libya as soon as this week. CBS News has learned from 2 U.S. officials that these deportations would be operated by the U.S. military. Libya is one of the roughly 24 countries the State Department warns Americans not to visit and has a level 4 travel advisory. The advisory says not to travel there due to crime, terrorism, unexploded landmines, civil unrest, kidnapping, and armed conflict. For more, let's bring in
Human trafficking is the proper term. That's true.
CBS News immigration politics reporter Camilo Montoya Galvez. So, Camilo, what else do we know about these plans?
Well, the objective underpinning this plan, Lindsay, is deterrence. The administration wants to send a strong message to the world, really, that if you come to the U.S. illegally or stay here unlawfully, not only can you face deportation to your home country, of course, but now you can face deportation to a country across the Atlantic that is in deep
That's not deportation.
Political crisis.
That's just
like the
human
African
trafficking.
country of Libya. And this is one of several countries in Africa that we understand the administration has been talking to over trying to convince them and persuade them to accept migrants who are not their citizens. And we understand, based on conversations with 2 U.S. officials, that the administration was planning at least.
Bulletproof bullet. What have they done that isn't against either their own laws or international law? Like, everything is. There is no international law anymore.
As of this morning and last night, to send at least 1 flight with migrant deportees to the North African country of Libya. The government there is denying that it has any agreement with the U.S., but we're not really sure what to make of that because that country is politically divided into 2 parts.
Again, the very first of these flights could start tomorrow, Wednesday, or actually today, because today's Wednesday. Do not travel to America. You will end up in a gulag. Honestly, like, no one wants to come to America anymore. It's just astounding that no countries are stepping up to stop this. That's an awful precedent. What can they do, Bulletproof Bullet? Like, lay it out for me. What could any country do right now? To, like, stop this, sure, but to really even just give out any kind of resistance? Like, what can they do? What could anyone do? What could the UN do? What could the ICC do? There's nothing that can be done because, like, this is one of the main issues with liberalism, is because political power under liberalism comes from institutions. And if the institutions are just being ignored, then there is no power outside of the people who are ignoring the institutions. There's massive amount of pressure that can be placed on the US, trade, cutting off, banking, lots of stuff. Except no one is willing to do that, and it wouldn't stop it anyway. Like, it wouldn't stop that. Sanctions at most, which can just, first of all, be torn down. Secondly, any UN vote can just get vetoed by the US. There's nothing to physically do. ICC or ICJ or international institutions, they depend on ratification to function, not to mention the American Invade the Hague Act. So no, like, they have no jurisdiction either. Actually, I'm pretty sure they actually have no jurisdiction in America because we didn't sign on to it. What about the Anunnaki? Yeah, sure. Like, the thing is, like, there's nothing to be done. Yeah, it's easy to throw up your hands and say nothing will work, there's no solution, so it's all over, pack it up, guys, Trump won. What game are we streaming? The thing is, that's not what I'm saying. The thing is, what I'm saying is that you can't expect other countries to find a solution to this, because what can they reasonably do? What is it that they can do? No, I'm saying that you can't expect other countries to come save us. You, need to save your country. We need to do it. No one's gonna come and save us from the top down. I've been saying that for a year, Bulletproof Bullet. I'm saying stop expecting change to come from the top down and not from the bottom up. They can't do anything. The countries can't do anything. The countries are all on themselves reliant on institutions. We are not. My direct action is not reliant on a political institution. The global community can get together and pressure the US to help enforce international law, except the US doesn't believe in international law. Most of the global community no longer does either, and to enforce the international law, there first has to be an agreed upon international law, as well as a global community that is even remotely on the same side. Change, if ever, rarely if ever, comes from the top. And if it does, it's rarely good change. Lasting positive change has to come from the bottom up, collectively. And by the bottom up, I do mean from the public, not from any institution, not from any country. Europe won't save us. Europe couldn't save us if they wanted to. If they put all of their heads together and sanctioned the fuck out of us, that would do nothing to stop it. Because it's the people that need to stop it. It's America needs to stand up. People like all of us need to stand up and to stop it. That's it. That's the only way it's going to. I do wonder if state prosecutors can actually charge the military officials involved. They have no teeth, but they just to scare a low-level military people into balking. Maybe they could try, but at the same time, would they even balk? Because the low-level US military people right now are feeling like they can do whatever the hell they want because we have protections for them now. Because they can't get pardoned from either state charges. Well, they can't under the framing of the law based on the Constitution, which we don't have anymore. So they kind of would kind of force the military into gambling that this admin would never lose power. And we have tried to make it so this admin can never lose power. So, I'm skeptical of that as well, but they're definitely trying. And they definitely want, especially the military, to believe that. So, well, the United States did sing the Statue of Rome, but never ratified it. Therefore, ICJ or ICC have currently no jurisdiction. If the U.S. citizens want that Supreme Court, then they have to ratify it in Congress. Yeah, it doesn't matter. So, in that case, that's never going to happen. Not under this regime, at least. Other countries need to throw their support behind the states that want to leave the Trump kingdom with foreign support. This time we can do it. But that would also mean starting, a military alliance with those states, because the moment that those states withdraw from the United States will then be invading those states. obviously, like with military power. And if there are other countries financially supporting and backing the states that are leaving the US, and the US will then invade those states, then this is a risk to starting a war with the US for those other countries, which, to be fair, I think they should be doing. Like what you said, supporting those states that want to leave. But I think that also requires them to say that they would support these states in a militarist setting. And no one wants to jump in a war with America right now. Europe could literally grind a ton of American travel to a halt. We could declare that Americans persona non grata. Well, I mean, that's kind of already happening. Most travel to the United States from Europe has been reducing pretty dramatically, as well as from Australia. But, like, at the same time, that doesn't matter to Americans on the right, because they don't want any travel to America. They don't want, like, they don't want you to travel to America, and they don't want to leave America and go travel to Europe. They hate Europe. So, like, the last MAGA dude that I saw was in Europe was crying about how much he hated Europe. Greetings from America as well. Nice to meet a fellow socialist on Twitch. Nice to meet you too as well, James. Greetings from Australia. Funny thing is that the ICJ is the evolution of the Nuremberg trials. It's true. Well, of course now we're not on board with that. The US doesn't need to ratify the ICC to be held accountable by it. No, of course not. But we would invade The Hague. That's why the US has threatened to bomb The Hague, and if any arrest warrants are issued for US officials because they know that they could end up in jail or banned from travel. Yeah, exactly. Like, we have the Invade The Hague Act for a reason. NATO needs to liberate the US from its tyranny. And again, like, NATO is built on US tyranny. It's not liberating the US from any tyranny. It can't. Like, NATO can't liberate the US. It's just, it cannot do it. Maybe with the help of China. Which realistically isn't all that out of the realm of possibility these days. Who knows? Anything's possible these days. But yeah, an Air Force C-17 has filed a plan to fly Wednesday from Kelly Field in San Antonio to Libya. So that would be the first of these flights. Yeah, no one's saving us. Xi's not saving us, Comrade Lenin. You need to save us, just like everyone else in this chat needs to save us. And themselves. It's the only way it's gonna happen. Positive change from the bottom up. That's it. Lasting positive change from the bottom up, that is. But we can still at least enjoy the stupidity of people in this regime. Why are we asking a totalitarian genocidal dictator to save us from a totalitarian genocidal dictator? Because that's the only person who realistically can. China's the only country that can stand up to the US and win so far. Now, do I expect help from them? No. God, no. But would they be the only one who could? At least from that perspective? Yeah. No, they're not going to, again. But, that is what it is. So, you guys want to tell me if this is Marjorie Taylor Greene being dumb and not knowing what she's talking about, or revealing classified information? All narratives are wearing off. Vietnam was a pointless war and we lost. There was no weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Afghanistan was a mistake and we gained nothing from any of those wars. Saudi Arabia has nuclear weapons and 19 terrorists from 9/11 were all Saudi. Did we go to war with them? Nope. She's definitely talking about the Saudis because 19 9/11 terrorists were Saudis. 19 Saudis trained in Afghanistan invaded, attacked America, and we invaded Iraq. Now, so she's not getting the country wrong, but is she wrong about the fact that the Saudis have nukes, Or is this maybe just like an oopsie, maybe you weren't supposed to tell everyone that type of a thing going on here? Because that's the first I'm hearing of Saudi nukes. North Korea has nukes. Little Rocket Man hasn't blown us all up yet, but we were told he was going to. They're going to WMD, fake news, 20 years late. Well, I mean, yes. At least there were no WMDs in Iraq. Like, then Saudis don't have any nuclear programs. Well, as far as we know, neither does Israel. But it is possible for them to lie, not know. Again, like, sometimes, like, he's right, although he's just because she can't say something useful. She wants to, like, most of her and Saudi Arabia owns Donald Trump. You do tend to advertise nuclear weapons when you have them. That is the point of the nuclear weapons. But it wouldn't be the first time. Israel having nuclear weapons isn't really important for them since they aren't really afraid of being beat in a war by any Middle Eastern power. But it is important in the context of you can have a country have a secret nuclear weapons program. Israel's is still a secret nuclear weapons program. We don't know about that. Saudi Arabia has no nuclear power plants. Are you quoting J.D. Vance there? Like, the thing is, I personally am going to go ahead and say that this is just incorrect, but there's a non-zero chance that she is not wrong. Due to my work, I have contact with several intelligence around the world. Saudis do not have any nukes and that there is no nuclear program. They have said that they have the interest of nuclear program for energy. I do know that, and you are right. It's just like we don't have any evidence of it doesn't necessarily mean that it doesn't exist. I'm quoting the wiki page on the Saudi nuclear power. They don't have any nuclear power plants. Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like that was not the part of it that I was necessarily questioning. Like, sure, they have no power plants, but that doesn't mean that they don't. They say a lot of things, guys. A lot of countries say a lot of things. That doesn't necessarily mean they're always telling the truth. Again, I think that she's wrong and that they don't have a nuke. I am agreeing here that you guys are, right. But that doesn't mean that they're not. Having nuclear power plants is necessary to having nuclear weapons. It's not necessary that your nuclear power plants are available knowledge to the public, though. That's not necessary. They can have nuclear power plants that are not officially acknowledged to exist. That's possible, especially in an incredibly rich country that is a totalitarian state. Autocrats aren't exactly known for telling the truth in all cases. I'm just saying that there's a possibility. Not saying that it's likely. Not even saying that I think that it's true. It's just possible. And you could argue that, but how do you know? What type of classified information do you have access to, Lord Fluffy Art? That's how we know that Iran had a nuclear weapons testing program. And how do we know that Iran has a nuclear weapon now? Not through that. Not through satellite. We know that they have a nuclear weapon. They don't have any nuclear, like power plants that are underground right now, right? We know that they have nuclear power in Iran, and we know that they have a nuclear weapon, but we don't know what we don't know. We don't know, A, if they have more nuclear power underground. We don't know if we've developed a way to do that. Actually, we do. It's called nuclear submarines. If we can have nuclear power in a submarine underwater that doesn't need to go up for any access to oxygen for 6 months, then we could theoretically have a nuclear reactor underground that doesn't look the same as a nuclear reactor above ground does, which could mean that they could have underground nuclear reactors that they use to enrich uranium, which then is put into a weapons program. There is ways that this can manifest itself that don't fit with the norm that we would base our knowledge on to begin with. Actually, we do know it is deep underground. Well, that would make sense. Yeah. I would imagine that their like actual now enriching facility is underground. So that tracks. So why would the Saudis not possibly have nukes? They could. Hold up. Who said that you need a nuclear reactor to make nukes? That's not necessarily what was said. It was more just that you need the technology to be able to create a nuclear reactor for civilian energy reasons to be able to then make a nuke. You don't necessarily need to have the reactor. You just need to be able to make a reactor before you can then take it a step further. So it ain't a secret. It is an official fact that Iranians do have an underground reactor. And so it's not impossible that the Saudis do as well. And so it's not impossible that the Saudis also have nuclear weapons. It's just not probable, as James said. That's what I mean to say. Like, it's possible. Plutonium is primarily produced in nuclear reactors through neutron bombardment of uranium-238, primarily being the key word there, especially when we're talking about a rich, petrostate that doesn't necessarily need to produce their own plutonium. Nukes are stupid easy to make if you can get a hold of the enriched fuel. Yeah. And so, it's not out of the question that the Saudis have some, and that it is a secret. But thank you for the source, Ditso. You're right on the Iranian end of it, and Iran does have a nuclear weapon. It's just a small one, which would be the same case of if the Saudis did have a nuclear weapon, it would also likely be a small one, not thermonuclear warheads or anything. We're not doing fission here. I'm pretty sure even Pakistan and India don't even have thermonuclear warheads, right? Do they only have conventional warheads? Oh, we'll take a look at that when we get there. We're going to talk about India and Pakistan in a bit, actually, so can hold off. Might as well finish up with the U.S. We did come to a ceasefire with the Houthis, meaning we've surrendered to the Houthis. The Houthis have won after a second Navy fighter jet fell off of our aircraft carrier. But essentially, this ceasefire amounts to the Houthis will stop hitting ships and we will stop bombing the Houthis. It was costing us a lot of money to bomb the Houthis. And we have absolutely surrendered because the Houthis are still hitting Israel and we're out. So, it is what it is. You're rooting for one of the two Hitler countries. Lord Fluffy Art, both countries are shit. India's more fashy than Pakistan is at the moment, but they're both not good. I'm rooting for non-nuclear war, actually. That's what I'm rooting for. That's all I care about, is just let's not have nuclear World War III. But yeah, no. So we lost. The Houthis win. Good for them. Really, I suppose all that matters is that everyone's having fun.
Had some very good news last night. The Houthis have announced that they are not, or they've announced to us at least, that they don't want to fight anymore. They just don't want to fight. And we will honor that. And we will stop the bombings. And they have capitulated. But more importantly, we will take their word. They say they will not be blowing up ships anymore. And that's what the purpose of what we were doing. So that's just news. We just found out about that. So I think that's very, very positive. They were knocking out a lot of ships going, as you know, sailing beautifully down the various seas. It wasn't just the canal. It was a lot of other places. and I will accept their word, and we are going to stop the bombing of the Houthis, effective immediately. And Marco, you'll...
And again, the Houthis have not stopped bombing shit that Israel cares about, and so that's us surrendering. For sure. Shardspork, thank you, by the way, that, like, it is not that difficult for an incredibly rich country with lots of spare cash on hand to be able to do that. The Manhattan Project wasn't small. It produced Trinity, Little Boy, Fat Man, and that's it. Well, by today's standards, it is small because those were conventional nuclear weapons. We now have much, much, much bigger nuclear weapons. We have thermonuclear weapons, not just conventional nuclear weapons. We can make bombs today that make the ones dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki look like child's play. And we do. What that's not what we're talking about, Bulletproof Bullet. If we're talking about the Saudis, they're not having, like, we're not talking about them having done it without being detected. If the Saudis had done it and Marjorie Taylor Greene was right, they were clearly detected, that would mean that we know, America would already know. The Saudis have been a close American ally for decades, so it would make sense that we kept that under wraps. Like, money doesn't make you magic. No one is talking. Why do you think that this is magic? Why do you think that it's magic to consider the fact that they could have that? You know, yes, and thermonuclear weapons are incredibly more difficult to build than fission weapons. They are. They require at least some experience with the former to get to the latter. Here's the second Sky the Sky Navy fighter jet, or rather, no, sorry, this is the Sea Navy's fighter jet, not the Sky Navy.
U.S. Navy fighter jet lost at sea from the aircraft carrier USS Truman. The aviators.
Umbra, one and only warning: if you're gonna come in here and tell me I don't know something or I'm getting something wrong, tell me what it is that you think that I'm getting wrong about it, rather than just say I don't know something or you're wrong about something. I won't be warning you again.
Had to eject during a nighttime landing on the deck of the carrier. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce has the latest. And Mary, we know this comes after a $70 million fighter jet went overboard in the Red Sea, just last week, Mary.
By the way, like, these aren't cheap, you know.
Yeah, Robin, it is hard to believe, but another Navy fighter jet has sunk to the bottom of the Red Sea. It is the second stunning and expensive mishap in just over a week. Now, this time, an FA-18 fighter jet was attempting a nighttime landing onto the deck of the USS Harry S. Truman when the crew was unable to stop it in time. The roughly $70 million jet going overboard and sinking. A U.S. official says it's not clear why the fighter jet was unable to stop. The two pilots, though, were able to eject. Officials say they were rescued by helicopter and appear to have suffered only minor injuries. Now, it comes after last week another FA-18 fell off the same carrier into the Red Sea as it was being towed out of the hangar, and the crew lost control. They are just the latest incidents involving U.S. carriers. Back in 2022, this video from a naval investigation shows the moment an F-35 crashed upon landing on the USS Carl Vinson, that fireball erupting, the jet sliding off the carrier and into the South China Sea.
That was a bad
upon landing. This video from
shit.
a naval investigation shows the moment an F-35 crashed upon landing on the USS Carl Vinson, that fireball erupting, the jet
God
sliding off the
damn.
carrier and...
Yeah, that'd be spinning. Whew. Kegsa tipping jets like his drinks, like, genuinely. I mean, can you expect much else from our current modern U.S. military? God, honestly, if we start wars with some folks, we're almost certainly not gonna have a fun time. Damn, smacked into the back. That sucks. They have auto landers now also, so that's bad. Yeah, I was gonna say, don't, like, we have automatic landing for some of these. Don't, like, some of the... That's an F-35. don't those have VTOL on some of them? At least the ones that we have on aircraft carriers? I've seen some of, like, the jets on the aircraft carriers VTOLing. I'm not sure if those are F-35s or not. I actually haven't paid too much attention to it until I just had the thought occur. But do you mean that a fighter jet is expensive? I mean that it costs $75 million to build one? Also, like, yeah. We're America, we own the finish line, we're the largest arsenal of Adderall-riddled right-wing morons. Yeah, okay, the F-35s don't have VTOL, then it was a different one that I saw VTOLing. I didn't actually look into which one it was at the time, so I was just asking. But no, yeah, fighter jets are expensive. They're $75 million to make them, at least for some of them. The F-35s are definitely very expensive. It does, but only in certain models. That's what I figured. I figured if it was anything, it would have been like one of the models that we keep on an aircraft carrier, because that would be one of the places where you need VTOL. But it is what it is. I don't know. We're going to talk more about how expensive jets are, but especially pilots are when we start talking about India and Pakistan a bit. But really quickly, before we move on to that, I want to touch on a subject that I feel like we could benefit from. A middle ground, so to say. Clearly the world is fucked, and the goals that we have, for the most part, in this community, the ideals that we hold, are things that we likely will not get to achieve in our lifetime, at least in their entirety. But there is at least a few things that we could do that would make me tolerate life under capitalism if we're never going to get socialism. Now, this wouldn't be good enough, but it would definitely make life under capitalism tolerable. And some of these are just funny.
Do a socialism, here's 5 laws that would make me tolerate a capitalism. This comment was only for one law, but I cannot pick just one law, so you're just going to have to bear with me. Also, get ready, because I'm going to lose a lot of followers over this. But if you're ready for the inevitable shitstorm, let's get going. First off, owners of unoccupied housing pay 3 times the property tax for each unoccupied unit, and rent is capped at 75% of the estimated monthly payment if that property were to be sold. Which means you cannot hoard empty units, and you cannot profit off of renting. The only exception is rent to own, which is now only cancelable by the seller if the buyer is 6 months overdue. That's it. You may be—
I think that's great. Personally, that system of decommodifying housing doesn't go far enough, but it's better than what we have now.
Thinking, hey, that first rule just says fuck landlords. Yeah. Second off, credit stores are now abolished, period. All credit history has a rolling 2-year reset. That way, if you run into bad times or if you have identity theft, it won't hurt you for the rest of your freaking life. And if people
also based.
Aren't mad yet, they're gonna be mad at number 3. Minimum wage is now determined by the ability to pay the national median rent, medical costs, food costs, and utilities within 100 work hours. Universal basic income is now a thing and is also factored that way. Which means if you just want to be able to stay alive while you go to school, you can do that.
I would take this one step further. Instead of making the minimum wage based on the amount of money that it would take to live off of the national average for cost of housing, or rent, medical costs, food costs, I would have that specifically based on—
minimum wage is now determined by the ability—
either state or local region. Local region would be somewhat difficult to apply to outside of like something like New York City, but your state, that's definitely feasible. So, you know.
Also, people who qualify for disabilities get an added pay from Universal Basic.
First point is awesome, but compliance is a pain. Who checks and comply? Who's the one checking and enforcing compliance? We do this in Australia. That exact system, at least part of it, does exist here, in that we do have enforcement of how much like a property is allowed to be empty for before it gets put out onto the street. Like, all this stuff would be kept track of by the state, as well as private industry. For example, Canada's doing some of this in, like, foreigners are not able to buy certain property in Canada. Actually, I think Australia put this forward, at least on a state level, with New South Wales, barring foreign nationals from buying property or land in New South Wales, if I'm remembering that correctly, which makes it a more of a state government thing, and keep track of how many houses are on your state, how many apartment buildings, how many apartments per building, as well as you would take that and apply that to commercial buildings, as well as like how many commercial buildings exist in the state, how many of these are under contract, how many of these are empty, and then to a degree of getting some basic facts down, and then everything after that just relies on making sure that you engage with the system. Like, once the system is built, it's not all that difficult to enforce and check compliance. It's just building the system that would be an issue, as long as you keep it regularly updated.
Qualify for disabilities, get an added pay from universal basic income. All right, number 4.
Also, yeah, point 3 is incredibly based as well.
All right, number 4, all income, and this includes increased wealth from investment growth that exceeds 50 times your company's lowest salary, is taxed at 99%. So if your lowest worker makes $725,000, that means your top salary is $754,000 a year.
I think that is amazing, by the way. Tying the highest you could possibly earn at any company, like any particular industry, to the what lowest earner in said industry is earning, is a great way to do it. What if we just make people have public housing? Well, I mean, like, again, I said, this is what I would like that isn't my preferred. So if we can't get public housing, which I would prefer decommodified housing entirely, that's close enough. At least for me to tolerate it for the rest of my life. We're not getting socialism in our lifetime, at least not under the circumstances that we're currently in, but a lot of these would make capitalism at least a little bit more tolerable.
Year. If you want to get paid more, then you have to be more competitive with what you pay your employees. And last but not least, Medicaid is now available for everyone. Everyone. And it includes gender-affirming care and has to be accepted everywhere, period. Every single doctor's office, every single specialist, every single hospital has to accept Medicaid now. Which means private insurance companies need to lower their cost and increase their value, or they can go out of business. Sucks to suck. By the way, most European countries have some of, if not all of these already. And also in the US, we used to have a lot of these in history. Maximum wage,
steps in the right direction are always better than just rotting. Yeah. Like, think about just how easy it would be to put some of this stuff in. Like, this stuff isn't even that crazy. It sounds far-fetched for America. It's not even far-fetched for America. We had a lot of this in America in the past. Even he was saying it at the end of the video.
1989.
Here's how many
Whoa.
If we can't do just one law, so you're just history. Maximum wage, competitive minimum wage, and a lack of credit scores and credit history. Before Ronald Reagan, top earners were taxed at 73%, but Ronald Reagan took it down to 28%. FICO actually wasn't introduced until 1989. And it also wasn't until Reagan that minimum wage stagnated and stopped being a living wage. Before Ronald Reagan, it actually only took about 9 days on minimum wage to pay median rent. In many countries have adopted universal basic
it's not, okay, first of all, we don't have UBI in Australia. This is just like,
income, either from a pilot or permanently. In the list of countries,
I was gonna say, like, there's some degree of that, but can we revive FDR and then reprogram him to be not racist and sexist and then make him run for another 4 terms? Good luck with that. Bare minimum to prevent societal collapse. No, exactly. Here's to the promise. I agree. And, like, again, a lot of this is fairly easy to implement. Like, taxing owners of unoccupied housing 3 times property tax, easy to implement. Very, very easy, actually. As well as just capping rents in general, easy to implement. Take that even a step further into make it so rent to own is one of the few exemptions. Now, that would be difficult to legislate and to enforce. That part's actually hard, but even that's realistically not that undoable, especially if you're doing the other two. Credit scores being abolished and just either having like a 2-year reset, that's easy. That's just one line in a law. Keep going. You get down to the minimum wage
pay
bit.
from you.
Like the minimum
And so
wage
people-
stuff, that's probably the
And is
hardest.
also
God
by
damn.
the
I hate that you
ability
can't
to
just
times or
skip parts of the video without.
if you have identity
having
theft, it
playing.
won't hurt you for the rest of your freaking life.
Also, minimum wage being determined by your ability to pay national median rent, medical costs, food costs, and utilities in 100 work hours. It's pretty easy to math that out. But again, I think instead of national median, it should at least be your state median. And it'll just make the corpos mad. And corpos want societal collapse anyway. Capitalism is a fucking death cult. It's not even just that capitalism is a death cult, Shards Pork, but I'm pretty sure that the capitalists running the show are pretty much convinced that the world is ending and that there is no saving it. Like, it's not just of the fact that they actually are a death cult and they do want to destroy the world. That is a factor. That is part of the case here. 100% not denying that. Beyond that, though, it's also the fact that the corpos in charge just don't think that there's any way that this works out well. Like, there's no fixing it. That they to them, it's all over. It's too late. Oops, wrong button. So I'm just getting open the next couple sources. Getting ready, rather. Because we're going to talk about India and Pakistan. And, it's not looking great there, guys. It's very much not looking great. It might mean that we see billionaires put one of their kids or poor friends up in one of their many houses. That's legit a line in GTA 5 too. Like, when Franklin gets his new house, Lester says we need someone living there for tax purposes. Yeah, that's a thing that does happen. And is based. Having empty housing, or even, like, take away the housing for a second, just, like, put that to the side. Empty buildings in a city is bad for that city. Whether it is empty space for, like, a store, that's still bad for the city. Not just based on, like, tax revenue not coming in. It's more than that. It's that this is now an empty storefront that looks ugly, looks bad, looks uninviting to people who are going to be walking around their city. More empty stores means less people walking in the city, because less A, shopping for them to do, but also B, less like the city's less alive. A city who has a commercial district which is 1/3 currently in use is a dying city, because nobody enjoys living there. Nobody wants to go around and walk around downtown when all of the storefronts are empty stores. Look like they've been vacant for 6 months. You know what I mean? And then beyond that, then that now affects everything else in that community. Having empty buildings specifically for increased profits would negatively impact that city. No, I'm talking about any city. But like LA would be an example, sure. Buildings, but like, no, actually LA is a bad example, because LA doesn't have any like empty apartment buildings. LA doesn't have apartment buildings. They have single family housing. Like, sure, there's a couple apartment buildings, but I'm talking about a city like New York. Empty apartment buildings in New York City is bad for New York City, because less people get to A, live in New York City and live around those apartments, spending money in that city, tax revenue. But then you take it and go a step further and go to a city closer to like Adelaide, the city that I live in, or live around rather. And in Adelaide, if you walk around downtown Adelaide, If there are empty storefronts all over the main downtown area, let's say, again, the main commercial district has 1/3 of its storefronts actually filled in with a store, no one wants to walk around those storefronts. No one wants to walk around the commercial district. And then less people spend money on stuff in that commercial district, which then leads to the continuing like degradation of that district. Exactly. Yeah. You get me, Mark. Human flow, enjoying the public. Like this is all part of what makes a city, what makes a country. And having these places being empty over time kills a city. If a city has too much empty, like it's been what makes this country. Yeah, exactly. All races being, it's not just kindness, it's about functionality as well. It's about like, how much would you want to walk around a mall with 1/3 of the like shops empty? And that's all the United States is now, is a mall, a coast-to-coast mall today. That's what the country is. And so if we have 1/3 of the stores in the mall empty, the mall is much less of a nice mall to go to. It's less incentivizing to visit. Yeah. And if that mall is on its way out, then the communities which rely on that mall are then also damaged by this. And it's the same kind of example. If the communities that live in the city are damaged by the city being damaged by empty housing, by empty storefronts, then we need to just fix that, right? Like that's it all makes sense. There's only one person not being damaged by this, and it is the person who owns the property that they are holding empty. They're the only people who benefit from it. That's the only one, at everyone else's expense. The mall is straight up uncomfortable to be in. Yeah. The communities then either move somewhere else or shop online, which both suck so much. It's the death of the like culture. It is literally the death of the culture. It's the death of American culture. We can just pick up Bikini Bottom and move it somewhere else. If only it were that easy. Because you can't. You can't. Again, like the example you gave is like they shop online or they move somewhere else, right? Let's say you can't move somewhere else. Let's say you're stuck in this community. You can't shop online. That's not going to fix the issue. Sure, the company could sell its goods online. Other people can buy those goods online. But that isn't the issue. It's not where are you going to buy the goods from? It's not who's selling the goods and where. It's that people have a reason to want to spend time outside in the city. That's never going to be fixed by online shopping at all. You can't. So by the end of it, you just have a dying city. And take that and up it a couple like orders of magnitude and you have the country. Dying as the country. Online shopping, yeah, just acquires the goods. Doesn't matter whether you're paying, you know, your rent in cash or on credit, just as long as you're paying rent and you have a place to live. Can't pay rent for a place that you're, well, actually, you can pay rent for a place that, you know, you don't get to live in, but you won't. Not for long, at least. It ends up a ghost town, a ghost neighborhood, yeah. And that's the issue, right? Like a whole neighborhood, but half the homes are Airbnbs feels eerie as fuck. That's why Airbnb is like being banned in specific communities, even in America. There are quick legislative fixes that you can put in place that prevents something like that from happening. And I mean, like in the video that we just watched, those legislative changes around housing would What the hell is supposed to happen? Everyone just enjoying their own homes? There has to be some massive social movement. Yeah, it's almost like from the bottom up liberation or something. I don't know. I don't know what could ever result in these outcomes. Ay. All right. I just don't know how to start one. Well, yes, you do. The way that you start a massive social movement is just by socializing. Talk to people. The issue was turning housing into a commodity. It encouraged scarcity and then it drove up value. Yeah, exactly. You go out into the community. Exactly. Like genuinely just talk to people in the community. That is actually all you have to do. And then everything builds on from there. You just find some folks to get a good whinge in with, and then suddenly you'll find that a lot of you might be whinging about the same issues. And then you find that if you work together, you might have to whinge a little less because you can do more about those issues when working together. And then suddenly you have a whole social movement going from the bottom up. They need to build more houses, but that will destroy the value for property holders, and that's the resistance. Well, to a degree, yeah. That's for one of the reasons why the housing market in Australia is not getting fixed, even with Labour, because even the Labour Party said that they don't want housing prices to go down. They want housing prices to go up slower. I live in a suburb across from New York City. I grew up in the suburbs across from New York City in Jersey. Like, you can definitely do a lot. They're building townhouses like it's crazy. Luxury townhouses. Yeah, well, that's North Jersey for you. Or theoretically, not necessarily just Jersey, but it is what it is. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta get some more water in my water bottle, and then get a good stretch, and then we're gonna talk about India and Pakistan likely having nuclear war. It's a lot safer than any city here where I'm at. I mean, like, New York City is one of the safer cities to be in. At least in the US. And still not enough houses being built? Of course not. And they're never going to. They want the scarcity. Manufactured scarcity. Like, they don't want that scarcity to go away, is what I'm trying to say. That's kind of the whole point. Exactly, because if developers made enough houses, the ones that they built wouldn't sell for enough, and then there's incentive to build for. Exactly, and that's why you can't build for profit, like, and expect housing prices to not be a commodity. You can't have private property in housing. That's the problem. It is private house ownership. And private construction, obviously. Private funding of housing. I think New York is one of the U.S. cities that set such a strict regulation on short stay accommodations that Airbnbs just aren't feasible there. Yeah, it would be one, because part of New York's prime industry is hotels as well, and it would be undercutting the hotel industry, which is another reason that they would want them not there, which happens to work out in that, like, hotels are less evil than Airbnb and less harmful for the actual community as a whole than Airbnb. That's why Carney wants Canada to start up the Crown Corporation that builds homes so the government can drive down prices. That's interesting. Private property applied to basic human needs. Seems like it doesn't work. Interesting. Yeah, it's almost like, I don't know, there's a guy in Germany back in the day that could have told you that. So, India. India struck Pakistan yesterday. Several times, actually. Now, this one saying 3 regions of Pakistan, as far as I've seen, since the initial start. It's been 9 now. We'll check live UA map once we get like a decent rundown over it. But this is really bad. It was already really bad last week, and last time we checked in, I already showed, like, there was small arms clashes happening on the border. This is an escalation. Obviously, these are, like, airstrikes are an escalation. But the press release coming out of India at the time was Indian Armed Forces launched Operations Sindoor, hitting terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, where the terrorist attacks against India have been planned and directed. Altogether, 9 sites have been targeted. Our actions have been focused and measured non-escalatory in nature. That's not true. Actually, none of this is really all that true. No, Pakistani military facilities have been targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in selection of targets. No, they haven't. Look, India's the aggressor here. That's objectively the case now. Like, it's not only India claiming that Pakistan did this attack, but also India not allowing an independent investigation to occur. And then, on top of that, also striking back. So, like, Pakistan is not necessarily good, but they're not the aggressor here. Pakistan has overtly said, hey, look, we want an independent investigation. And from what I've been able to find, the only justification as to turning down that independent investigation from India that I could find is that, well, like, because Pakistan won't let us do the investigation, which, like, yeah, that's what independent means. So, and Pakistan uses Chinese air defense system HQ against French Rafale and the Su MiG Russian weaponry. 5 times Indian aircraft collapse. India and strike other bases, kills tons of civilians. I'm aware. You don't have to do the news for me. I can do that bit as you know, the streamer. So look, at least 1 Rafale fighter jet has been shot down. That part has been confirmed. France has confirmed it. At least 1. There have been reports that 2 were shot down from the Pakistani side. That thus far has not been confirmed. There was definitely some other, there was 5 total aircraft shot down. What the makeup of those aircraft are is still yet to be confirmed. There is a lot of misinformation with this out there, as there is really with any war that breaks out, especially, you know, like any conflict that breaks out within the hours immediately following or days immediately following that conflict. You're going to see quite a lot of bullshit about it. One of the clips that I saw yesterday, first and foremost, was from Gaza. That they were just saying, like, no, this is Pakistan. That doesn't matter. It's not always going to be easy. But at the very least, one was a French Rafale. There was at least one Jaguar jet from also a French-made Jaguar jet, I believe. What is they called? They're called the Sepicat Jaguars. Yep, those ones. As well as likely as MU or MiG, not MU, MiG-29s being among the aircraft that were downed by the Pakistani anti-aircraft guns. These are an even bigger deal for India. The reason that this is not going to de-escalate now is because that's like if 5 jets actually got shot down from India's Air Force, that's a pretty substantial loss. It also depends on how many of the pilots survive, because not only are planes really expensive, pilots are even more expensive. Not like obviously buying the pilot, but the training for that pilot. They're not necessarily easy. So that's not good, especially considering both of these countries have nuclear weapons. Pakistan has reportedly been preparing for their own engagement, that they're going to hit back whenever they do. There was definitely some kind of a response at the time. It just wasn't from the air. I've seen reports of Pakistani military walking across the border or fighting close to the border, firing across. Again, not confirmed. So far, very little has been confirmed, unfortunately.
There's been a dramatic escalation in tensions between 2 nuclear-armed nations in South Asia. India says it has launched attacks on 9 sites in Pakistan and Pakistan-administered Kashmir. Pakistan now says it is responding. It is a fast-moving situation. So let's go straight to our South Asia Bureau Chief, Meghna Bali, who is in New Delhi. Meghna, good morning and thanks for joining us. What do we know so far?
Yeah, hey, good morning, James. Look, what we know is that less than 2 hours ago, around 1:45 in the morning here in New Delhi, the Indian Armed Forces say that they've launched Operation Sindoor, which is strikes at 9 sites across Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Now, this was a response to last month's deadly militant attack in Indian-controlled Kashmir, where 26 civilians died. Now, New Delhi has blamed Pakistan for the attack. That's a charge that Islamabad has denied. What we've been hearing over these last, week is a dramatic escalation of, first the severing of diplomatic ties, then...
No one's going to be using a nuke today. Like, the chances of a nuke actually being used are still very, very low. The benefit of having nuclear weapons is not in using them. Using them tends to be more of a hindrance than helpful.
Retreating from key treaties, border closures, visa cancellations, and, the Pakistan defense minister just days ago had said that they had credible intelligence that India was about to strike. That, of course, is now true. Now, what we're hearing is that Pakistan says 5 sites have been targeted, around 3 people have died, 12 have been injured. We're hearing reports that in the capital of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, Muzaffarabad, that there have been blackouts. We've been talking to people on the Indian side, who have heard loud explosions, jets in the sky. These are the kinds of reports we're hearing.
There's definitely been some artillery being deployed as well. Checking out some of the live streams yesterday when this happened, you could see the difference between like missiles and artillery in how they sound and how they look and all of that as well. Following the attack on Pakistan, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Shehbaz Sharif, called on Pakistan's armed forces to, quote, avenge the loss of Pakistani lives. And following an emergency National Security Committee meeting on Wednesday, the Pakistani military has been authorized to take corresponding action.
This could escalate from here. As you said, that Pakistan has said that retaliatory operation is underway. We don't know the details of that yet.
And this area has long been a flashpoint between these two nations, both nuclear armed. What are the chances that this does escalate much, much more? There's been talks about these potential strikes for some time.
Yeah, James, look, this is, a dangerous situation.
We'll get more on that and some of the other clips because they're going to be much more closer to the last update that we've gotten. But since then, we've also seen the Chinese ambassador, Jiang Zhaidong, meeting with Deputy Prime Minister Ishaq Dar to discuss India's aggression, with Pakistan reaffirming its resolve to defend its sovereignty. Both countries agreed to maintain close coordination as this is going to pull China in. China is important in a variety of ways here, in that, one, they have a border dispute with India and generally don't get along with India, as well as they do share a border with Pakistan and they get along more with Pakistan. So just to summarize, Ukraine invaded a Russian gulag in Africa, which created the war in South Asia? No, you got that wrong. So, yeah, 5 jets shot down. This is according to the Pakistan Ministry of Defense so far. Again, I'm more curious in seeing how India is going to respond to that, because losing 5 military jets is not something you take lightly.
How far is Pakistan willing to go here?
It all depends upon this has been initiated by India. If India is ready to back down, they have taken the initiative. We have just responded. We have been saying all along in the last fortnight that we'll never initiate anything hostile towards India. But if we are attacked, we'll respond. If India backs down, we will definitely wrap up these things, But as long we are under attack, under fire, we have to respond. We have to defend ourselves.
Yeah, that's also another point. Good point, Savela. Turkey is also allied with Pakistan here, and a regional war, like a proper regional war starting here, would definitely pull in on Pakistan's side. Turkey, Saudi Arabia, potentially, Syria, potentially as another ally in the region. Iran might quietly try and help them out as well, even though, not all of the Middle Eastern countries get along on the Sunni Shia lines. They're definitely going to all side with Pakistan. It's a matter of whether Iran really has the spare assistance to give out. But you could definitely expect major assistance coming from the Middle East broadly to the aid of Pakistan there. So yeah, Turkey and China sell submarines and frigates to Pakistan. Real balance to Indian allies of Israel and Russia, importantly, is to sell S-400 and Heron drones. So fight is pretty big geopolitically. America's going to stay out of this, considering America historically has been much more closely related to Pakistan's government, but MAGA has closer ties to Modi, and the current regime is much more ideologically in line with the fascist regime of India, so we'll see. So far, Trump has been, not really interested. The only thing that I've heard out of Trump was that he hopes that they stop. Of course, and that this war wouldn't have started if it was under his presidency, actually.
Minister, is there any contact between yourself and the Indian side at the moment?
I'm not aware of it, I'm not aware of it. If there is contact normally during these hostile, activities and
Joe Biden's fault.
Tensions, there are backdoor contacts available anywhere in the world, there is. But I'm not aware of any contact between India and Pakistan at the moment.
Pakistan now saying it shot down 5 Indian airplanes and destroyed multiple Indian checkpoints in retaliation to Indian military strikes early
I've not seen any confirmation on the checkpoints, at least.
Wednesday. Pakistan's defense minister, who's also spoken to Bloomberg Television, now clarifying that no Indian soldiers have been taken prisoner. For more, let's bring in government reporter Sudhi Ranjan Sen in New Delhi. Sudhi, are we hearing anything from the Indian side about what's happening?
Well, from the Indian side, we've just, we're limited to just a statement that came out a couple of hours ago, which kind of said that India has struck inside Pakistan, and the targets were very, were non-civilian, non-military targets. They were restricted to targets which India believes had militants in it, or militant, targets used, places where militants were staying. That's the kind of targets that India has hit. That's the only statement that we have got from India. There has been no statement either denying or confirming the jets coming down, or
again, like at this point in time, the jets coming down have been confirmed. At least 4 jets have been downed, and at least one of those is a French Rafale fighter.
Earlier about soldiers, whether all soldiers who took part in the operations, whether they're all safe. Similarly, we also do not know whether in this operation, whether the Indian Navy was also used to strike targets inside Pakistan. So,
as far as we know now, it wasn't. It could have been, but there's no reason to believe that it was up until this point.
More on these Indian strikes on Pakistan. We can bring in Leila Jacinto from France 24's International Affairs Desk. Leila, these strikes by India mark an escalation in the recent tensions between India and Pakistan. Just how significant are they?
They are very significant. As you said, this was expected. India had said it would retaliate. But the way it has retaliated in these overnight strikes, in terms of intensity and targeting, marks a significant escalation in a conflict that has raged for more than 7 decades. And in the 7 decades, the 2 countries have gone into all-out war, of course, but there is a period of sort of peacetime hostility that follows a sort of a choreography when such incidents happen. Now, India has extended it with these latest strikes in its targeting. So the strikes, the targets that it chose were not just those in the border areas and in...
The targets that it chose, it has given zero justification for, other than saying that these are terror sites. But watching the Indian live streams of them announcing this, all they did was just look at, it was just satellite images of an area, and then that's a terror site, and that's it. Like, one of those looked like it could be a school. They called it indoctrination center. So they have not proven anything. They've just said, these are terrorist sites, let's bomb them. And Pakistan saying, oh yeah, no, these were all civilians that died. So I need some evidence from some side.
Pakistan has administered Kashmir. India struck targets in Punjab. This is Pakistan's heartland. It is the most populous province of Pakistan. It's the agricultural and political base of Pakistan. So India has really stretched the border posts over here. What New Delhi's calculation has been is that the Pakistani response to this, which invariably comes, will follow conventional lines. Now remember, these are 2 nuclear-armed neighbors. Nuclear weapons are seen as a deterrence. So even though at times like this, the nationalist rhetoric is hyper-nationalist, even jingoistic, unlike in the Ukraine war and Russian President Putin, these 2 countries do not use the nuclear rhetoric. So India's calculation has been
that a
Pakistani response.
This isn't good for anybody.
Will follow the sort of choreography of a conventional response. But here lies the problem. Because in this conflict, there's asymmetry involved. India is seen as a militarily mightier neighbor. Pakistan is a significant military power, but Pakistani policy also has asymmetry baked into its policy, and Pakistan uses asymmetry in its conflict in Kashmir. The original cause of these strikes was a terror attack in Kashmir. And it comes years after Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi said that his policies had brought peace and prosperity to Kashmir.
This terror attack, in fact, in Kashmir comes with the decrease in Modi's popularity, which is often remedied on the fascistic end of the governance spectrum with a rallying of the people. Now, not to say that, like, this is a false flag being done by India, but it's not the first time that a fascist country would allow a attack that they had, let's say, knowledge of happen so that they can then use this for internal politicking. It wouldn't be the first time that a false flag was also done by a fascist either. So, not to say that I think that this is a false flag, but it doesn't help when Pakistan says, hey, let's do an independent investigation, and India says no. So, yeah, I feel like at this point it's on India to prove why they didn't want an independent investigation, and they've so far failed to do that. Kashmir's total population on half of Hindu Muslims never say Sheikh Khalistan is because of the cosmopolitan region of the world. The communist Indians from the... There's no communist Indians. Naxalists from the back Chinese. There's... I mean, like, I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know what a Naxalist is. But, I mean, like, there's no communist Indians, and I would prefer the Chinese backside winning here. Out of, like, if I have to pick one side, I'd prefer that Pakistan wins, considering they're not the aggressor, but that's just, like, a barely, if I have to pick a side. Both sides kind of suck here.
Had two very controversial decisions in 2019, where he basically scrapped articles of the constitution pertaining to Kashmir. This is a disputed area. It's India's only Muslim majority area. The Modi administration scrapped Kashmir's...
Like, I just want India to lose real bad, just on the perspective of India's a Trump ally, and so it would be bad for Nazi America if Modi's India was to lose.
Limited autonomy, and it enabled outsiders to buy land in Kashmir. This was overlooked but extremely critical. All these things add grievances among a local populace that sees itself as living under an occupation, or at best under a tremendous security presence and human rights violations. So while India blames Pakistan for these kind of attacks...
You mean nationalities and communities. Okay, sorry, English isn't your first language, so now I get what you mean. Like Chinese is doing in Nepal or Bhutan or all of that, yeah. I believe that personally, if referring to the nationalities, I think they're Maoist, and there's like very few, if not none of them left. Valid. Oh, like Naxalism as like a real thing, yeah. Is the communist ideology of the Naxalites or Naxals, a grouping of political and insurgent groups from India. It is influenced by Maoist political sentiment and the ideology. That would be why I didn't recognize it, because I have never read Maoism, nor do I care to, because it's not real Marxism. Since the U.S. has pulled back from world affairs, maybe the new world power, China, will make it. And the thing is, it ending now, not sure whether or not. No, like you were right, Lanky Sapien. I started reading with what you said, and then like got distracted reading what everyone else said. But like I don't know, China might benefit from this going on a bit longer, Desolate Mirror, considering they also have a border dispute with India. And so if India is too busy fighting a different country on their border that isn't them... World War III teaser? Yeah, literally. I mean, like, can we acknowledge the fact really quickly that we're kind of already in World War III? Number of wars in the globe right now. of wars around the world. Today's armed conflicts. List of ongoing conflicts, actually. Here we go. Every country on this map is in a current armed conflict. So, looks to me like that's pretty much every continent, bar one. That would be a world war to me. That includes internal armed conflicts. So like Mexico's government fighting with the drug cartels like the Sinaloa, that still counts. Internal like civil conflict is still armed conflict. As well as like the fact that the internal civilian like armed or civil armed conflicts can also be influenced by overseas like money. Like the fact that we sell the drug cartels in Mexico 70% of their weaponry from like in the United States. They get their weapons from us. White people aren't fighting in it, so it's not a world war. Except white people are fighting in it. I don't know. This to me shows that we are in a world war. Mostly China, enjoy, and China's biggest dream after all Pakistan, India, if war on Kashmir like occupied yeah, like it would benefit China. You know, just like people don't want to call something a genocide until people have been sufficiently genocided. I get it now. Yeah, that makes sense, brain matter. We are in World War III. We're just not going to call it that until enough people die first. It's not all against one party or another. So, like, when was it ever? What the fuck is going on in Thailand? I have no idea. There's a lot going on everywhere. Everywhere. I don't know what the hell's going on in Thailand right now. But I do know, like, Myanmar, Cambodia, like, all of Africa is just fucked by the hands of, like, 5 countries. 5 colonialist countries. Just making it this way. America, China, Russia, and, I mean, I was gonna add in, like, a few more countries, but really it's just the 3, the big 3. America, China, and Russia all fucking this up. This is what's happening in Africa. It's all just us having a party. But, yeah, no, it's World War III to me. That's a lot of wars around the world. The only continent to not have a war on it is Australia and Antarctica, but I'm not even going to count Australia because Oceania is part of conflict. That's good, close enough for me.
Attacks, and Pakistan has a history of using these attacks because it is an asymmetrical power. So really, the basis of the Kashmir conflict never get addressed, and with each clashes of these kind,
it's the Myanmar war that's creating more ISIS groups in the region that is causing Thailand and the Philippines to have to fight them. Makes sense.
Posts are being extended, and this issue is not going to be resolved because the international community basically accepts the Indian position on it, which is this is a bilateral issue. So we have a lot of calls for calm and a lot of hopes that once again this will die down, only to spring up again later.
Thank you very much for that, Lila Jacinto.
Is that the best we can hope for? That this will die down just to be a problem again later? Really? Christ. We should do a major redrawing of Africa over ethnic and resource territory. How about we just, like, kind of leave Africa alone? I feel like that might be better for Africa if we left it alone. The Africa arc is basically some democratically elected dude is like, let's try and be a pan-Africanist. Seems base. And they all agree. And then the US or someone else coups that guy and then rinse and repeat. Kinda, yeah. To an extent. There's more to it than that, but that is one of the things that's going on down there. So Trump was asked on his position on the India-Pakistan conflict, and this was his statement.
Any questions for Steve?
Mr. President, do you have any reaction to
That's not to Steve.
No, it's a shame. We just heard about it just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. You know, they've been fighting for many, many decades and centuries, actually, if you really think.
It would be great if we could just get a reporter to be like, could you point to India and Pakistan on a map, please, Mr. President?
About it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly.
I promise it's not a test, sir. I'm just, I am just that dumb that I don't know where they are, and your big brain, you know where they are, so I was hoping you could tell me.
Questions for Steve?
Literally just like, they've been fighting for many years and we hope they work it out. Good luck to you. That's all he's got.
If you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly. Any questions for Steve?
It's not my problem. I hope it ends quickly is not exactly how I would have worded that, but you know, this war would have never started under me. War starts. Yeah, honestly. He didn't say that, but you could just have him say that. I just want to hear him blame Biden. Again, I think missed opportunity to change the name of the San Andreas fault line to Biden's fault. If they were funny, they would have thought of that. But they're not. They can't be. They're never going to be that funny. To do it, to think of it, would be amazing. Points to Thailand or Ethiopia. More than likely to happen. Ethiopian war on Somalia, Thailand war on Malaysia. Yeah. Wars everywhere. So, Pakistan has vowed to strike back in response to India's airstrikes.
Pakistan has vowed to strike back after India launched deadly attacks on targets in the country, killing at least 31 people.
9 correspondent
38.
Reid Butler has more for us. Reid, this escalation in fighting has raised concerns among world leaders.
Absolutely, and it is a very concerning situation for multiple reasons. Civilians are being killed. Number two, we are witnessing an escalation in violence between these two uneasy neighbours, not seen in decades. And thirdly, and perhaps most importantly, both India and Pakistan.
We really know that it was J.D. Vance who started this war in India and Pakistan. It was just J.D. Vance.
Have nuclear weapons at their disposal, and that is what is making world leaders so nervous today. India says it was only targeting terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan linked to militants who were involved in the massacre of innocent tourists in India.
And has provided nothing to back that up.
Controlled Kashmir last month. That is what really set things off. But Pakistan claims it was an act of war and that India was deliberately targeting civilians. It fought back by shooting down 5 Indian warplanes and a drone. It's also vowing more revenge. That is what is making these world leaders anxious. We've heard from several today. Have a look.
They've gone tit for tat, so hopefully they can stop now.
Jesus Christ, what a fucking barbarian. Just, they've gotten tit for tat. Like that's all I hear? Really?
They've gone tit for tat, so hopefully they can stop now.
We are engaging urgently with both countries, as well as other international partners, encouraging dialogue, de-escalation, and the protection of civilians.
I mean, like, in the past, the global international community is what has stopped India and Pakistan from just having full-on, all-out, uninterrupted war. So we'll see, because we don't really have an international community that does things anymore, or that really can. I really do wonder if this gets to like 300,000 plus deaths, if the whole world is just going to be like, meh, not near my mortar, people too brown. I don't think they can, because, like, again, these are nuclear armed countries. These, like, it's not as easy to just put it to the side. Like, neither side has enough nuclear weapons to end the world or anything, but it's not good. Everywhere he goes, he either brings chaos, he violates a couch, or he killed the Pope. It's one or the other. Oh, and Pakistan is not fucking around, because, like, they're already talking about their nuclear capability.
Pakistan are at their most dangerous point in years, with fears mounting that a full-blown conflict could be on the horizon. Civilian casualties are mounting on both sides of the contested border in Kashmir. Our South Asia Bureau Chief, Meghna Bali, reports.
Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif addressed the nation overnight, saying his armed forces had delivered what he called a befitting reply to India's assault. Now, Pakistan claims to have shot down 5 Indian fighter jets and a drone, and says its military is still exchanging fire along.
No, Pakistan is not going to become like Gaza, because this would have to grow much more before it came to that point. Pakistan is not a small country. Pakistan is like, what, the 7th largest military in the world, or the 9th? Like, they're not just some, like, backyard, who gives a shit about this country. Like, they're a proper military, proper size country. Yeah, 250 million people.
The line of control, the volatile frontier that splits Kashmir between the two nations. Now, Mr. Sharif also pointedly reminded the public of Pakistan's nuclear capabilities, underscoring the gravity of the moment. His top security panel says India's missile strikes were based on imaginary terror camps, and accused New Delhi of deliberately targeting civilian sites, including mosques. India has rejected that claim, saying its strikes were preemptive and precise, aimed at 9 locations.
11th largest military, thank you, Savella. Yeah, so, like, they're not small. Yeah, I wasn't familiar with Pakistan's game, my bad. You better get prepared, because you're going to see it. You're going to see it on your screen for a while, actually, I would imagine. I don't think this is going anywhere anytime soon. This is not de-escalating.
Used by terror groups including Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba, the group linked to the 2008 Mumbai terror attacks. In the meantime, schools have been shut, airspace is restricted, and foreign trips have been cancelled, including one by India's Prime Minister.
So, like, all of the things that you do before war, and as well as, like, a bunch of the stuff that they've already announced them doing. I'm rooting for no nuclear war, but yeah, if I have to pick a side here, I'm rooting for Pakistan. But generally, like, neither of these is a good country. Why don't they simply divide the disputed area? Yeah, that would be a great idea, wouldn't it? It's almost like maybe someone divided up a disputed area first, and it resulted in this. No one will ever know. The world may never know. Science just hasn't figured it out. They never will. Can't wait for Pakistan to liberate New Delhi. Can't wait for neither of those things to happen. Just everyone gonna die. That's always worked in the past, right? Yeah. I'm rooting for civilians who just want to do normal shit to be able to do normal shit. I'm with you right there on that one, Brain Matter. I'm also rooting for civilians who want to do normal shit to do normal shit.
Now, India's National Security Advisor Ajit Doval has been on the phone with his counterparts from at least 8 countries, including the US and China. His message: India doesn't want escalation, but it is fully prepared to respond if Pakistan chooses to escalate further.
Well, India's saying Pakistan is escalating. I love that. It's incredibly funny that the country who just did the airstrikes is accusing the country of shooting down the planes doing the airstrikes of escalating. Sorry, can't have any of that normal shit. Fascists gotta feed their war machine to justify the make-believe fairy tale government. Yeah, that's true. India and Pakistan have larger than Hiroshima or Nagasaki weapons, but, like, no, they don't have weapons big enough to wipe each other out. They don't. Like, India doesn't have enough nukes to wipe Pakistan off the map, and Pakistan sure as hell doesn't have enough nukes to wipe India off the map. They don't have enough nukes to end the world. They don't have enough nukes to really cause that much of an issue, barring food production. Now, like, they could certainly fuck with food production in the region. and based on whether or not they focus mostly on, like, let's say we got to a point in which nukes are used. First off, it depends on whether or not if these are airburst attacks or if the nukes are actually touching ground, to see how much nuclear fallout is going to be caused from it. And also, like, nuclear winter is not on the table yet. It's the nukes that America and China have that are the world enders. And Russia, don't forget Russia. If the US wasn't a declining democracy, maybe they could actually assert some influence. Well, like, again, the last time these two started fighting, it was the US as one of the countries that was asserting its influence that put this to a stop. There's a reason why that we hadn't heard about India and Pakistan going to war for a while, because things were chill with a somewhat reasonable America to keep those two from fighting each other, because it doesn't benefit anybody for those two to fight each other, like, at all. Like, nobody benefits from India and Pakistan fighting each other other than, like, American defense manufacturers and French defense manufacturers. Russia's a joke. I'm honestly half convinced if they have tactile nukes worth of shit, they would have used them already. It's just old Soviet tech. To be fair, I do also have trouble believing that they have any, like, real useful nuclear arsenal that isn't entirely degraded, both tactical and intercontinental. But, like, still, I'm sure they have some. I'm sure they have enough that they are more of a risk to, like, a nuclear winter than India or Pakistan are. There's, at the very least, like, the ones that they have that still work would be partially thermonuclear. Don't forget Palantir. Well, I mean, Palantir doesn't have its own nuclear weapons yet, I hope. Fuck, that's a scary thought. Private companies with their own nuclear weapons. I prefer tactile nukes, honestly. Sensory friendly, it's true. Russia is super outdated, that they were using guns from the 1890s and trucks from the 30s. You know they're using horses, right? We'll get to Russia more, but yeah, they're using horses right now in some of their assaults.
And Al Jazeera's Osama bin Javed spoke to Bilawal Bhutto Zardari, who's the chairman of Pakistan's opposition party, the PPP, and served as foreign minister.
The PPP
He says Pakistan will give a befitting response to India's attack.
The Pakistani government has responded to this attack by India. Now the guns have fallen silent, and now time for fiery speeches. You heard the Prime Minister of Pakistan there saying that Pakistan reserves the right to respond, and it has shown restraint in its response so far. So is this going to escalate, or is the worst behind us? To discuss that further with us is the former Foreign Minister of Pakistan and the chairman of the Pakistan People's Party, Bilawal Bhutto Zardari. Thank you very much for taking
I don't really buy that the worst of this is behind us.
Time. And
no, I
do you
not.
think that the clouds of war are over, or are we going on the escalatory
This was the
ladder?
intention of the UK for India and Pakistan to fight. It's sad that they couldn't unite to defy the original nefarious designs. You know what? Realistically, this is all the UK's fault. Like, you can blame this almost entirely on the UK. But, I mean, that would be too easy. It's at least 99% the UK's fault, and at least 1% someone else's.
Thank you so much for having me. I'd like to start by sending my condolences to the families of the men, women, and unfortunately children that were martyred in the late night Indian attacks.
And the other 10% are from us.
Pakistani territory. As far as are we rising up the escalation ladder, as you quoted the Prime Minister, the government, the National Security Committee has stated that under Article 51 of the UN Charter, Pakistan has the right to respond. Yesterday, or last night, Pakistan's Air Force acted with courage, precision, and bravery.
Oh, yeah, no, we are one of the problems that is the British Empire's fault. That's also true. So like even everything that's America's fault is still England's fault, really.
Shot down 5 Indian aircraft. Pakistan has not sought altercation. Pakistan has not sought war. We are the aggrieved. India is the aggressor. But now that we have been attacked, we have the right to defend ourselves. And that's what the Prime Minister and the government have announced.
India has said that this was a calculated attack. It went after terrorist camps, and it has said that this
again has not provided any information or evidence to that claim at all in any way.
Was actually, it was carrying out a measured response as well. How would you respond, and how do you see those statements?
First of all, India has manufactured a lie about some fictional terrorist camps to justify the mass murder of Pakistani civilians, including women and children. If there was indeed any such terrorist camp, then why did India reject Pakistan's proposal for an international, impartial investigation into the incident? Why did they not?
It's a really sticky question. Like, really, that's gonna be a hard one to make go away. If India thinks that this is justified, then why won't you let independent international investigations take place? Investigators to look into it. That would make sense.
Wait for the international journalists who are in the process of visiting these alleged sites before attacking and targeting innocent civilians in the manner in which they did. The disproportionate nature of India's response, the way in which they not only targeted civilians but civilian infrastructure such as dams. In fact, their initial reaction to the terrorist attack, where they unilaterally suspended the Indus Water Treaty and threatened the water source or food supply as well.
This really lines up pretty well with fascist fear-mongering and really just the war machine of the fascist states, necessities of not only the state, but of the state's like civilian population. Fascism wants everything from you, and that includes the leadership. Even the fascist leaders must also give in to fascism. Netanyahu has stress-tested the Western system. I reckon Modi has seen an opening. The thing is, Modi doesn't have the same, you know, benefits that comes along with being PM of India, let's say. I don't know. He doesn't get the same pass that Netanyahu does. He ain't got that same riz, and he does not have the same existing fucks to give from other countries to let him even try and make that a claim. Like, people are going to hold India to a much higher standard than they held Israel. Now, that's not hard. A much higher standard than Israel is still not necessarily a anything higher than a low standard to hold a country to. But at the very least, India will be held to a low standard, an existent standard of information. That type of question is not going to go away very easily. Maybe, you know, among MAGA, sure, but like, that's a given. Like, their brain can't hold on to a thought longer than 5 seconds anyway.
Ultimately, of 200 million people shows the very indiscriminate nature, disproportionate nature of India's response to a terrorist attack that took place within their own borders. They still, to this day, have been unable to name to us, to tell us, to share with us or anybody else those who were involved in these attacks, despite Pakistan's consistent calls for an impartial inquiry.
And very quickly, where do we go from here? It feels like the rhetoric is increasing on both sides, even after these attacks. What's next? What will Pakistan do? And not just in terms of retaliation and military maneuvering, what is Pakistan's next move on the diplomatic front?
What choice does Pakistan have? Our citizens have been killed. Innocent civilians have been killed. Our sovereignty has been violated. India, our larger neighbor, has conducted unilateral, illegal, aggressive actions within Pakistan. It is incumbent upon the government and the armed forces to respond to any military or kinetic action, and obviously, as you mentioned, diplomatically in this situation.
Like, sure, that's factual, but like, the idea of there's nothing that can be done other than all-out war, I'm not sure that that's even something to be done. Like, I'm not sure that actually benefits anybody in the region. Now, like, based off of every bit of available data that we have so far, at least in the idea of like geolocating where some of these strikes have been, most of the hostilities so far have been reasonably close to the border area between India and Pakistan, though not necessarily all within the direct border of Jammu and Kashmir, which would be here. As you can see, some of this has gone further down, but we've seen now Pakistan's army actions continuing on the line of control. Security sources said the Pakistan army targeted the Indian post at Shri Top in Mandal sector. Now that was 16 hours ago, and we had the full confirmation of 15 civilians killed, 43 injured as a result of artillery fire in Poonch yesterday. Then we had the French intelligence confirmation around the downed Rafale fighter jet operated by the Indian Air Force, or Sky Navy rather. The mistake that India committed last night and the wrath of it, India will have it for sure have to for sure suffer, says PM Shehbaz Sharif. So that's definitely escalating rhetoric. We will make India suffer coming out of Pakistan. Definitely makes me feel like, you know, war is over. We can all stop talking about this now. Like, this is definitely going away. Death toll from India's unprovoked aggression against civilians has risen to 31, says Lieutenant General Sharif, Pakistan's military spokesperson. 57 injured. Yeah, lots of warmongering. Then we had more explosions coming in. This was 7 hours ago, so this was actually just early today, and 6 hours ago. In the Indian side, in Amritsar, where the electricity had been cut off, loud blasts were specifically reported near the airport. And that's about it. So far, we have a continuing blackout as of from the 7 hours ago to the 6 hours ago. This is the most recent update we have. So realistically, the lights are probably back on, the blackout's probably over, but we had at least a blackout in which people were advised to stay home, don't go outside, keep the lights off, don't panic, as a retaliation from Pakistan is expected. Not good. None of that sounds good. None of that remotely sounds good. Exchange could follow if escalation is not controlled. Well, like, yeah, a definite nuclear exchange here could result if escalation is not controlled. It's just, would it benefit anybody? Who would it benefit to nuke the region? Again, it does help that these are, like, they're big countries. So, like, a nuke dropped on any particular part of India or Pakistan may not negatively directly impact the country that dropped that nuke, but likely, yeah, it would. Like, it depends on, again, whether it's an airburst or whether it's a direct, surface hit, in how much radioactive material and particulates are sent up into the air and what fallout ends up looking like, but it's not the only factor. There's more to it there. All right. Now, I guess that's enough of that for now. We're going to jump to Russia as the next segment. Now, Russia's a bit of a fun one today. There's some very funny stuff coming out of Russia, including the fact that Ukraine has started. Please shush, don't spoil it. Ukraine started a new offensive, as well as tomorrow being the big parade. The big parade that Putin is now terrified of, considering Ukraine has said that they're not safe during that parade, that we will absolutely see Ukrainian drones possibly raining down on those who are watching this parade. And you can see some of that in... Please stop autoplaying. God damn, I hate autoplay. You can see how the Russian civilian population is feeling about it. How they're not exactly confident in their government's ability and really desire to protect them tomorrow during that parade. Because people are leaving. People are trying to get the fuck out of Moscow right now. Right now. Slava Visora chat, Ukraine, Palestine, no one deterrence each other of Pakistanis and Indians. No one deterrence. I think deterrence might be the wrong word that you wanted to use there. But no one deserves to suffer. No one does. Except for the demons. And some of these people might be demons. Some of these people might be ghouls, but most of them are not. Most of these people don't deserve to suffer at all. I wonder how much or how little it would hurt Putin in Russia to cancel the parade. It would hurt him a lot. He can't cancel that parade. There's no canceling. Xi Jinping is showing up right now to that parade. There is no canceling. Canceling makes Russia not only look weak internationally, but like Putin's fucked. He can't do it. It's not possible. The normal people are so depoliticized, but his inner circle, the nationalists and the warhawks, might hate the idea of canceling it. No. Even the regular people would definitely see how bad it would be to cancel it. Quite the turnaround going from we will take them in 3 days to I can't guarantee the safety of my internal parade in my capital. Yeah. All right. I do need some nicotine in me, though, so give me like 2 seconds, and then we will talk about this, because it's a lot of fun, but 3 hours, not bad. I made it without nicotine. We're getting there. Almost done with the nicotine addiction, hopefully. All right, 2 secs. patches cost less than $17,000 for goddamn nicotine patch, I wouldn't have this problem. Chair stream, let's go. You guys really do love the chair, don't you? Chair's a good chair. You guys are going to miss this chair when it's gone, because it does not offer suitable back support. So when I can, I do want to get a new chair one day. One day. But this chair will be memorialized, to be clear, 100%. All right, here's what the Russian airports are looking like right now. Just utterly overflowing with people. And, I mean, you can see this everywhere, but more so, it's not just the fact that people are trying to leave that's important. It's the fact that so many people are trying to leave that the airports are in a state of collapse. It should receive a fitting Viking funeral. I could probably swing that. I live close enough to a beach. So massive drone strikes from Ukraine against Russia have made the airports pretty much not unsafe, but unusable, really. Planes are canceled or delayed by up to 8 to 10 hours. Thousands of passengers have accumulated in the airports because they can't take off. And to achieve this effect, you don't even need to hit anywhere. It's just from the crippling fear of Ukrainian drones, because they did hit an airport. They hit Moscow airport a couple days ago, in fact. A drone can simply fly and cut circles, and this is enough to stop the operation of the airport. They don't even have to land. They can just keep sending drones close to the airports, and that alone will result in this effect of flights being delayed, flights being canceled, and by thousands of people lining up in the airports inside of Russia, trying to leave and not being able to, collapsing their air traffic system. Now, whether or not civilian air travel collapses in Russia doesn't impact much of the war. But what does impact the war is the morale of the Russian public. Now, generally, like, the Russian public's morale can be pretty low, and it is, to be clear. It is pretty low. But it can only go so low as to not impact the state and how it's run in and of itself. The state doesn't care how the public feels. The state does not even remotely care how the public feels. But the oligarchs do. And even in Russia, if the people at the bottom came together and stood up, they are not all, like, they can't shoot them all. As funny as it is when we talk about America in the context of, like, all heroes will be shot. You can't shoot us all. We will shoot you all. Like, that's not actually feasible. You're not going to remove the entire population of your country from life, because then you no longer have a country. And Russia, more so than America, is at risk of this problem because Russia doesn't have immigration. Now, America's cut off most of its immigration, but Russia did that a long time ago. Part of being a dictator is having a population. Yeah, you kind of need the two. You can't have one without the other. They're not going to kill every Russian. And they're not even going to kill every Russian in Moscow. You still need a city. Even taking citizens of Russia and conscripting them for the war is something that they can't consistently do, right? Like, they can't maintain that, because after a certain amount of conscriptions, you're now going to start cutting in to the supply of people who work in factories, who work in manufacturing for the war effort, who work in some of the management roles in Russia, who work for the government. Like, there's a lot going on there that requires people to exist. And so, no, you can't just get rid of all the people. You can't just kill everybody. You can't just shoot everybody. You can't just send everybody to Ukraine. You can't, like, they can't send that many more people to Ukraine. Now, to be clear, Russia does have a very large population, but only a small portion of that population is the managerial class. But we're running up against the boundary of that managerial class now. So they do need to maintain some level of that to be able to manage production for the war effort, as well as the managing of the actual government. You can't send all of the people to die in the war and have a functional government. You can only send most of the people to go die in the war. This year's parade was really short. Why? Because Russia had no hardware left to put in the parade? Well, I mean, that, as well as the fact that they're terrified that Ukraine is going to drone strike the parade. You can't just bleed all of your fighting age males indefinitely, yeah. Also, Russia's biggest population pool, Moscow, and its suburbs, St. Petersburg, and its suburbs, are considered off limits to mobilization. And the oligarch class of Russia. Exactly, and that's what I mean. That's the managerial class. If they start having to touch Moscow and St. Petersburg's and their surrounding suburbs populations, that then eats into the managerial class, the production class, the manufacturers that create the actual tools that are used in the war effort. Can't have all of those people not able to do their job. It'd be the same as not having an army. You need both. And so, having the managerial class of Russia's morale drop because of the fact that they can't leave Moscow, they can't jump on a plane and fly anywhere. It's also shocking that, like, this hasn't been more of an issue up until recently. Like, I know Ukraine hasn't really been drone striking in Moscow all that much up until relatively recently, but the fact that they can just, like, fly or cut circles around the airport to stop the operations of that airport is a pretty massive weakness on Russia's part. Like, it's a pretty large hole in their defenses, and something that Ukraine could pretty much indefinitely use against them. Again, like, there's a certain point where a plane needs to take off from Moscow. There's a certain point where, whether or not they're just civilians, or whether or not they are oligarchs, or whether or not they are some variant of, like, oligarch worker or government worker or what, someone needs to get on a plane, and that plane needs to be able to take off. Planes also need to be able to land in Moscow, right? Like, they need to be able to have people come home. If there are people, let's say, who went on holiday to Turkey, they need planes from China to be able to land, or from India to be able to land. They are not going to be able to manage a collapsing air traffic system indefinitely. And again, having that morale hit to the managerial class, to the general citizens of Russia that have rights, is a big deal. A big deal for Putin's popularity, but a big deal for Putin's longevity as the person in charge. He doesn't need to be popular to be in charge. Not with the people. He does need to be popular with the oligarchs.
Какая судьба ждет Украину?
Oh god, I forgot this crazy bitch.
Украину не ждет никакая судьба. Судьба ждет...
I don't know what's being said here, but whatever. And then in the last day or so, the situation changed. The Russians felt what Ukrainians felt in 2022. Air traffic has been disrupted. Most importantly, it has been disrupted in Moscow, which is a key hub. Russian bloggers are already sounding the alarm. They write that the collapse of air traffic in such a large country as Russia could lead to disintegration and feudalization. Domestic air traffic in Russia is very developed due to long distances, so, like, it's a big deal. At the same time, I, of course, fully understand that the collapse / paralysis of air traffic is a huge, in such a huge country as Russia, will throw us back to an era of feudal fragmentation in a very short time. Russia will turn into a conglomerate of semi-autonomous communities, the boundary of which are determined by the distance of a comfortable car ride. The railway that connected the country during the Tsarist and early Soviet times will not regain its position. The reason here lies in the peculiarities of human psychology. A person accustomed to moving from Moscow to Yekaterinburg in 2 hours will not return to the same movement in 2 days. He will simply abandon it and look for other forms of life within his comfort zone. For a resident of Tsarist Russia, the train from St. Petersburg to Perm was the pinnacle of logistics evolution. For a modern person, it is degradation. He'd rather just not go anywhere at all. Which then, if you get into the fact of the psychology of the Russian people and not wanting to even put in the effort to travel, that definitely does result in the type of social context that would degrade a country to a semi-autonomous feudal society state. Like that's a very real risk. That's not outside the realms of possibility at all. It takes 3 to 4 days to get to some regions from Moscow by train or car, so a plane is the only fast option. If it's not there, the connection of remote regions with Moscow will actually just simply stop. And this is what I mean by, if we took out the Kremlin, like if the hypothetical idea of send 6 guys named Dave to the Kremlin and to cut off the head of the snake, if that idea was to succeed, that would also result in pretty much this exact type of outcome. The deterioration of Russia as a cohesive nation and the development of communities, both small and large, and ethnic-based regional governments becoming more of the norm in the region. Russia's pretty big and has a surprisingly diverse population across its regions. And so that would be a very likely outcome in either the case of the government collapsing or of the ability of the government to connect its people with those other regions of Russia. It would all result in the deterioration of the transport system between regions, means an inevitable decrease in the interest of regions in each other, and when their isolation and their disappearance of a need for a single center becomes prominent, then they will just keep doing that. They'll just keep isolating. They don't need the center, and if that single center has thus far, at least in living memory, produced oppression, then they also likely don't want that single center. And this is one of the most important prerequisites, feudal fragmentation, without any outside interference, absolutely internal reasons. And that could be a outcome simply just from Ukraine flying drones around the airport. That's it. That's all they would have to do, is just fly a drone close to the airport every now and again for long enough that no one wants to fly anywhere, that no one can, that after a point, air traffic just collapses entirely.
Russian officials say a Ukrainian drone attack on Moscow.
And all of that happened just following this.
Forced several of the city's airports to close. So far, Moscow's mayor says there have been no reports of serious damage.
Oh, this was yesterday.
Or casualties. However, emergency services are working to clear down drones from roadways. And joining us now live from London is CNN's Claire Sebastian. Good morning to you, Claire. So what more are you learning about this attack on Moscow?
Yeah, Rosemary, this is the second straight night that we've seen drones attacking Russia, including Moscow. This night, the Defense Ministry says 105...
Oh, and beyond this, just so you know, it's not just this, but Ukraine's also opened another front in Kursk again. So, like, it's a twofer.
5 drones were shot down over multiple different regions, making it the larger of these 2 consecutive nights of attacks. About a dozen airports had to temporarily introduce flight restrictions, including 4 in Moscow, so some significant disruption there. Though, as you say, damage is pretty limited.
Why does Moscow need 4 airports? Can someone answer me that question? Because, like, that's one thing I don't understand. Most, like, major cities have 2, maybe 3. Like, at most 1 international and 1 domestic, maybe 2 domestic, maybe 2 international. Like, why do you need 4?
Reports of casualties in any of these regions as of yet. But I think if we look at recent commentary and at past Ukrainian drone attacks, destruction isn't always the point here, given that we had comments over the weekend from President Zelensky saying that he couldn't make any guarantees to foreign leaders heading to Russia's Victory Day celebrations at the end of this week, given that, you know, Xi Jinping, the Chinese premier, is set to arrive in Moscow on Wednesday. I think this is quite likely designed to send a message, and we haven't had anything officially from Ukraine as of yet. But look, this is one way that Ukraine can embarrass Russia, can undermine its sense of security, can undermine its efforts to use the victory celebrations to build public support for its war in Ukraine. And as Ukraine tries to,
again,
you know,
it should be fairly embarrassing for the country that started the war to not be able to secure its own capital 3 years into said war. That was supposed to last 3 days during its Victory Day parade from being threatened by drones.
And its allies, especially the US, to ramp up pressure on Moscow to agree not to a 3-day ceasefire over Victory Day, but to a 30-day ceasefire. This is one way, I think, that Ukraine can take matters into its own hands. Rosemary?
All right, thanks to Claire Sebastian joining us live from London.
Again, I don't want a ceasefire between Ukraine and Russia. A ceasefire benefits only Russia.
Ukraine says its troops still have a presence in Russia's Kursk region and hold a buffer zone in the border areas. Last month, Russian President Vladimir Putin claimed that his forces had defeated the Ukrainian incursion there, and they were aided by troops from North Korea. CNN's Will Ripley has more on that.
Now, there was definitely North Koreans in the Kursk region trying to aid the Russians, but no, the Russians did not defeat Ukraine in Kursk and remove them entirely. That just never happened. Now, Ukraine did pull out of Kursk for the most part, not entirely, but yeah. No ceasefire until Putin is deposed. True.
The worst kept secret of the war in Ukraine. For months, North Korea and Russia denied teaming up on the battlefield, even as the evidence and casualties began piling up.
So now they're not denying it, by the way, and North Korea has deployed more troops officially now in their capacity to fight in Ukraine, and I don't understand why a Asian, like, dictator sending troops into Ukraine to fight for Russia hasn't resulted in Europe saying, okay, well, fuck, if you're gonna send, like, countries that aren't related to this war or in Europe to fight a war on European soil, well then shit, I'm gonna send some of my troops to help Ukraine. Like, that would make sense. Is the answer because they're scared of Putin's nuclear threats? Because, like, I'm getting real sick of that one.
Ukraine said they had a hard time capturing North Korean soldiers alive, claiming they blew off their own faces with grenades, choosing death over the risk of exposing the mission. Then, seemingly out of the blue,
Comrade Kim Jong-un decided on our armed forces' participation in the war and informed the Russian side.
North Korean troops in Kursk honored on state TV, praised as selfless warriors, shedding blood to defend a brother nation. Kim Jong-un invoking a rarely cited mutual defense clause, saying Russian territory was under attack and North Korea answered the call.
What other reasons would there be for both of them to reveal this essentially at the same time?
Right now, the Trump factor is perhaps paramount.
You do also have to remember the fact that North Koreans in Kursk had been captured, and we all knew about it because it was on the media, like before the election, months ago.
Got a strong alliance. They have some leverage.
That leverage may have come at a cost. Ever since Kim and Russian President Vladimir Putin signed their sweeping military pact in Pyongyang, U.S. and South Korean officials say at least 12,000 North Korean troops have been rotated into Russia. South Korea's National Intelligence Service estimates 5,000 North Korean casualties, including at least 600 deaths.
Even in a country with such restrictions on information, North Korea wouldn't be able to hide that many casualties from its people.
Definitely not. And that may have been a big factor in why they had to come clean.
CNN obtained handwritten battlefield notes from a dead North Korean soldier, revealing early days on the ground filled with loyalty but not clarity. Diaries from 2 captured North Korean soldiers revealed many didn't know where they were or why they were fighting. The North Koreans even carried notes about using soldiers as bait in a drone attack. But Ukraine says the North Koreans are learning fast, in real time, mastering drone warfare, artillery coordination, 21st century battlefield tactics, more valuable and deadly than decades of military.
Okay. I'm gonna make it real clear. No, the North Koreans are not mastering how any of that modern military tech works or modern battlefield strategy, because neither have the Russians. The Russians themselves have not mastered this, and it's their war. So I'd be a little shocked if the North Koreans got it first. Just airdrop them so porn. Like genuinely, we already know how to defeat North Koreans. Just airdrop some fucking porn. That's it. Just some projector screens tied to like a Bluetooth phone that you just parachute down, that it lands somewhere close enough. That'll do it. I wish the South Koreans would fight for Ukraine. Ukraine left purpose and will enter other Russian lands again. Like the Russians can move their troops elsewhere. Like the thing is, like, again, Ukraine is in 2 parts of Russia right now, Kursk and Belgorod. And South Korea probably would fight for Ukraine, but like they're not the only ones. Japan has literally said that they want to join NATO just so they could fight for Ukraine. Like they want to help Ukraine. Like, hey, let's join NATO. We're all the way on the other side. We're not anywhere near the North Atlantic, but fuck it, why not? I want to fight in Ukraine. Like that's Japan's take. I missed the India-Pakistan talk. Yeah, the outcome of that was this is really bad and it's really scary. So that's about all you need to know, Shoofle Poofer. Titty pics, that's all you need to defeat the Russians and the North Koreans. Basically, yeah. Yeah, join NATO, please. Japan and Australia. Genuinely. Fucking hell. Australia really should be part of, like, the EU, too. I know also not in Europe, but are they really all that far off? I mean, like, Canada's basically Europe, too. Ay. And the Philippines. The Philippines isn't Europe, but, like, join NATO. Go for it, honestly. Let's make NATO a better UN by making it neither NATO nor the UN.
From Moscow to Paris, the daring escape of a Russian journalist critical of the invasion of Ukraine. 64-year-old Ekaterina Barabash tore off.
Canada isn't in the EU, though, right? No, they're not. But they functionally are, in that, like, when we saw a bunch of photos of EU leaders with Zelensky following the White House, like, you don't have the cards conversation, you know, the big one. Trudeau was just standing with all of the EU leaders like he belonged there, and everyone was just referring to it as the EU summit. And Canada was invited. Just no one really cared to say EU plus Canada. They just said EU summit, and he was there. So, like, as far as Europe is concerned, Canada, under the current context with America, is close enough to Europe to be Europe, whether or not they're actually Europe or not.
For electronic bracelet before making the 20.
But also, Canada is much more closely related to France, and the UK, really, in some aspects, as well as, like, Australia being part of the UK Commonwealth. I mean, so is India, really, at this point, but, like, there's a lot more culturally that fits in with the EU than it does not fit in with the EU. You know what I mean?
800-kilometer journey out of...
Also, this is insane. This woman walked out of Russia.
Her electronic bracelet before making the 2,800-kilometer journey out of Russia. She'd faced up to 10 years in prison in her upcoming trial. France 24's Catherine Norris-Trent went to the headquarters of Reporters Sans Frontières, and you met with Ekaterina Barabash.
Yeah, we sat down together for...
3,800 kilometers is 2,361 miles. So she walked 2,361 miles out of Russia. Good for her.
For about half an hour and had a chat about her ordeal, her arrest, and her escape from Russia. Today was the first time she'd been seen in public since she went off the radar in Moscow after her court appearance there in February, when she was sentenced to house arrest. But she told me she feared that she would be sent to jail. And so with the help of RSF, Reporters Sans Frontières, Reporters Without Borders, and other activists, a whole team of volunteers, she told me, she managed to get out in a journey which really lasted some 2.5 weeks through various countries. Now, she wasn't giving any details of that escape route for obvious reasons. It could compromise people's security, and it could actually prevent other people from escaping if they should wish to do so. But she did talk a bit about the conditions under which it was done. She had an electronic ankle bracelet which she had to wear at home. It didn't have a tracker, but it checked that she was in the confines of her apartment. It would send an alarm to the secret services if she stepped out. Well, she did so. She fled in a taxi and then got at a meeting point with another car. And then she sawed off her own ankle bracelet. This woman, 64 years old.
Okay, so real quick, God damn, the cops must be shit in Russia. If she left the property, got in a taxi, then met up with someone, got in another car, and then sawed off the like... In America, you can walk off your property and not only will that start blaring at you and the cops start talking to you through your ankle monitor bracelet, but they will also monitor you. They have trackers in them. I don't know why this one didn't have a tracker in it.
Out of the window into the forest before
you even try and like you scratch your leg too hard that it makes it think that you're trying to take it off. Sorry, no, that's gonna start blaring.
Taking various stages of this clandestine journey in disguise, always fearing she would be arrested. At one point, RSF lost touch with her. They thought she'd been arrested. They feared she'd been killed. So take a listen to her talking about how she made this escape journey.
It was very dangerous. It was frightening because the cameras are everywhere. And we didn't know if they sent the instruction to local police. And yes, it was frightening. And it was... sometimes it was difficult physically because I had to make many kilometers through the forest with my backpack.
Fucking impressive for I mean really just impressive in general, let alone for someone above the age of 25, really. Like, we're talking about a hike out of Russia.
Sometimes I didn't have any
2,600 miles
to sleep in the night. I had to sleep under the sky.
So she arrived in Paris a few days ago, at the end of last week, and this has been the first time that her whereabouts have been known. She is going to be asking for political asylum here in France.
She's going to be asking for political asylum. She said it was a difficult decision for her. Mother is 96, and presumably she may never see her again. Yet she says that she preferred this escape to the prospect of jail.
Yes, can you imagine making that decision? She had written posts on Facebook. She's basically a culture journalist, a film critic most of the time, but she was also outspoken about Russia's war in Ukraine. She herself was born in Ukraine. Her son lives in Kiev. This is a divided family in terms of location. So she was an outspoken critic of the war in Ukraine, and she posted pictures of damaged buildings. She talked about Russian strikes. She talked about the killings. And so she was arrested. No surprise, really. She wasn't surprised about this, but she said she had to speak out. And then she made this decision. She was surprised, she said. She thought she was lucky when she got house arrest, but she said that prison was coming. And so, yeah, she lived with her 96-year-old mother, and they chose to separate, knowing that she will probably never see her mother again. But she told me she thought that was a better life than in prison, and that her mother agreed with that, because she said, you know, she was even ready to take her own life rather than go to prison. Take a listen.
Jesus Christ.
Russian prison, it's worse than death, you know.
I believe that.
It was than death, and that's why I thought if they had, I didn't know the rules how it is happening. Maybe I thought that maybe they would come to me before the court and bring me to the jail. I thought that I would get poison. I began looking for some poison, because no way to the prisons, no. Russian prison, no, for 5.
I would literally rather die than go to Russian prison, and I don't blame you.
7 years, no.
So she said,
I don't want to go to Russian prison either. Like, that sounds really bad. That sounds awful, actually. Jesus Christ. All right. And on the subject of Ukraine having a new offensive in Kursk. Oh, actually, wait, before we get there, let's check out Xi arriving in Russia today, actually.
Russia says Ukrainian attack drones targeted Moscow overnight for a 3rd consecutive day, forcing airports in the Russian capital to temporarily close. Meanwhile, Ukraine says the mother and son were killed in its capital by Russian aerial attacks. This latest exchange comes as China's President Xi Jinping is set to begin a 4-day visit to Russia today. CBS News foreign correspondent Anna Corin joins us now from Hong Kong with more on this. Good morning, Anna. What does President Xi want from his visit to Russia?
A lot, probably.
Well, there's a few things at play here. This is his 11th trip to Russia since he became president. He's there to obviously meet with Vladimir Putin. He's going to be signing strategic deals. We understand energy is involved, a potential gas pipeline from Russia to China. He's obviously also there for the military parade on Friday to commemorate the 80th anniversary of the Soviet Union's defeat of Nazi Germany. We understand Chinese troops will also be taking part in that military parade. But I don't think that we can overlook the importance of what this visit means. You know, it really underscores the no limits strategic partnership that is there between Russia and China. We know that Russia has been isolated over the last few years after its invasion of Ukraine. The Western sanctions have obviously affected it. Well, China has basically propped up Russia. Yeah. It's its largest trading partner. It is.
Russia wouldn't still be able to fight if not for China's assistance. So, like,
bought the most Russian resources of any other country over the last few years. So, really, without China, Russia's economy would not have kept going, nor would the war machine. We know that obviously President Trump has tried to make overtures to President Putin and seeing a thawing in relations and perhaps drive a wedge between Russia and China. Well, President Xi, addressed that. He wrote an editorial that was published in the Russian press today. Let me read to you what he said. He said, China and Russia must firmly maintain post-war international order. He went on to say that the two sides should jointly resist any attempt to disrupt and undermine China-Russia friendship and mutual trust. So really, Errol, that is a pointed message to President Trump.
Well, again, like, I don't necessarily buy it. I feel like China has been slowly shifting away from the same geopolitical goals that Russia has. I feel like China might see itself as possibly better off on its own without having to tie itself down with Russia, but we'll see how that works out. As well as, like, we're seeing a change in how America engages with Russia as well. And this is definitely going to have an impact in some of the these little fascistic leadership friend groups. Also, not to mention the fact that Trump and Vance actually having separate takes here on Russia.
Vice President Vance said Russia was asking for too much to end the war. Given that, do you still have confidence that...
When did he say that?
Earlier this morning.
Well, it's possible that he's right. He may know some things that, because I've been dealing with this and some other things, but we are getting to a point where some decisions are going to have to be made. I'm not happy about it. Okay.
So that was after, that was him saying that after being told that J.D. Vance had actually spoken negatively on Russia, because before that he was not going to.
Vice President Vance said Russia was asking for too much to end the war. Given that, do you still have confidence that...
When did he say that?
Earlier this morning.
Well, it's possible that...
Like, no one tells him anything, as I've said. Zomi, I largely agree. China will try and rip Russia off with beneficial deals. Like, it's either rip them off with deals that benefit China more than they do Russia, or give Russia deals that benefit Russia more than they do China, but leave them tied to China, as in, like, needing China for Russia to exist and maintain any degree of power by tying them down. This is the weakest Russia has ever been since 1941. That makes sense. It tracks.
Well, I'm curious, Anna, what Putin and Xi might discuss on trade, because the messaging from China toward the U.S. seems to have changed in the past day or so. I know that the U.S. and Switzerland officials will discuss that, or I should say officials from China and the U.S. will discuss that in Switzerland this weekend. So what's new there?
Yeah, that's right. That news breaking overnight. It was confirmed by the Commerce Ministry of China this morning, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs this afternoon out of China said that this was initiated by the United States. We know the U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and his delegation will be flying to Switzerland. We understand.
Yeah, from what I've seen of this, it's been China saying, "Oh yeah, no, the U.S. basically begged us for these economic talks." So
he'll be meeting with the Chinese Vice Premier He Lifeng and his delegation. And of course, there's great hope that finally the world's two largest economies are going to sit down, perhaps start discussions on a potential deal. But I think that we should have our optimism in check. This is going to take a long time. Currently, there are prohibitive tariffs from both countries.
America's not weak enough for this deal to go through yet, so...
on each other. So there is a lot to unpack here and work out a deal that is going to suit both countries, Errol.
Yeah.
And like I said, this deal won't pass because America's currently not weak enough for it to be suitable. All right, let me pee and then we'll talk a bit more about the Kursk offensive on the Ukrainian end. Take us a minute. I was gonna try and catch Frank and bring him here so I could show you guys, but then he ran away to a point where I can't reach him. And it would have taken me another whole 3-4 minutes to grab him and bring him. So I didn't. Sorry. All right, so let's have a look into this new Kursk offensive.
Ukraine just attacked into Russia again, talking armored vehicles and infantry, and it's crazy that 3 years into this war, this is still happening. The fact that there's anywhere along this border that is so unsecure that Ukrainian military vehicles can cross the border, to include mine clearing equipment, move these dragon's teeth out of the way, drop off infantry, and they can take over a portion of Russian territory, even if temporarily.
It's true.
Like, that's wild, but it's what happened just a few hours ago. Now, most of the information today is coming from the Russian side, of course, saying, nobody panic, everything is under control. We actually knew this was coming, so we'll get to that in a second. But I want to start with
everything is definitely under control. Huh? Mm-hmm.
The sole Ukrainian source I've come across so far, the Kyiv Insider, says, quote, Ukrainian forces have made further progress in Russia's Kursk region, continuing their offensive near the border, with Ukrainian troops advancing towards the villages of Titkino and Novi Put, with confirmed fighting in those areas. This operation, which began in August, aims to create a buffer zone to prevent Russian cross-border attacks and disrupt their military activities. And with that, I want to pull up a map to show you an idea.
I can kind of get that, Captain Buggy, yeah.
Of what we're talking about today. So all of Ukraine here on Suryak map, public resource will be linked below. This area here, the Kursk, and actually Belgorod, we'll get into that in a second, but this is the area we're going to be focused on. I'll zoom in first to give you an idea, a point of reference. This area here was where the last fighting took place as Russia pushed Ukraine out of that territory once and for all a couple weeks ago. Following that, Russia actually moved into Ukrainian territory and created a buffer zone of their own right there, if you will. The area we're talking about today is over here a little further west, Tetkino. Now, zooming in here, this is an area west of this water crossing, the Seam River, that Ukraine still holds to this day. Not really much of a Russian presence on that side. However, Russia did say earlier today that Ukraine is massing troops in this Otruba region right here. No indications that there's going to be a water crossing, but nonetheless, putting resources there. So this is Tetkino, and what we're hearing today, and we'll run through a couple different accounts, is that there may have been a reconnaissance group, Ukrainian reconnaissance group, that pushed up from the south here towards the railroad in the southern portion of the city. And the footage that we have appears to be coming from this side over here on the east, with Ukrainian armored vehicles and mine clearing equipment kind of pushing through some of the dragon's teeth, breaching the border and moving in towards Tetkino. We should mention as well that down here a little further southeast in the Belgorod region, there's still fighting ongoing here. A couple weeks ago, Ukraine pushed in around Popovka, Demidovka, and Gravovka over here, and they're still there.
Yeah.
So they're still holding Russian territory. It's not a lot. It's not populated centers, but they are still on Russian territory today.
Regardless of whether it's a lot or whether it's populated, it is still insane that 3 years into a war that was supposed to last 3 days, that Ukraine would be holding territory that is on, like, the actual past the Russian border, pre-war Russian border, pretty much indefinitely. This is the Ukrainian attack he's talking about. Let's see. Yeah, that would be the one at the beginning of the video. The one that we see like a second of just them jumping onto their ATV and moving that way. And also here. That would also make sense. Coming in from two ends over there. Goddamn. Based Ukraine, as usual.
Now, moving back over to the reports that we have, starting with Rybar, Russian media. They say Ukrainian formations have again attacked the positions of the Russian armed forces in the Glushkovo district. A small group of the enemy was spotted in the vicinity of the Tetkino railway station on the southern outskirts of the village. As a result of a brief skirmish, the members of the Ukrainian formations withdrew to their initial positions. And what it sounds like right now, between the footage and the different accounts here that are kind of mixed coming from Russia, is it sounds like armored vehicles moving through, dropping off infantry, and then moving back. So if there is a foothold established, maybe they'll get some armored support coming up at the line of contact. This is very similar to what we saw in Belgorod a couple weeks ago.
Riboy is pronounced Riboy. Makes sense. Makes sense. You guys want to see a live view of the Russians reacting to the Kursk offensive here? Because it's actually really funny. It's kind of excellent footage, really. From the perspective of the Russian, it is comical. From the perspective of the Russians, it looked kind of like this.
Катится следом! Катится следом, следом катится вторая. Он видит. Где летят? Он говорит, CPV нахуй.
Where is the second fucking FPV?
А ну засни, тут тымка одна стоит. Море где?
Yeah, they definitely have everything under control.
Вообще. И там еще должна быть. Так и похуй вообще. Вторая. Вторая нахуй. Ух ты, блядь. Ну вот и. Там тоже мина стоят. Да. А что за хуйня?
All they can do is helplessly watch because their FPVs are jammed. Oh my god. I feel like Russia, if it stayed in its lane, just made the most of its already giant landmass and decent natural resources, could be doing so well. Instead, they had to waste their resources on war and fuck themselves. Basically, yeah. Jesus fucking Christ, yes, it's a video game as a war weapon, but fucking Christ, here it is, like... Yeah.
Блядь, Ценнер, отойди, по-моему. Сейчас, схожу.
Yeah.
Тоже мина стоят. Да. А что за хуйня? Смотри на это.
Fuck, back off. That's it. I'm backing off.
Отойди, по-моему. Сейчас, схожу.
Все, он проехал?
Да. В смысле, он заехал в лес?
Все, вот он нахуй на проходе у нас.
That's it. There he is on the fucking passage, on our side, on our territory. Like, they're not happy, and they clearly don't have it all under control.
На нашей территории.
Она стала, что ли?
Первая встала, по-моему. Нихуя идет.
Нет, идет.
And yeah, no one. You're right. It is one push of a button and then you kill a human being. That is what drone warfare is like. It's terrifying, but it's also terrible. But like that's war now.
Бам, по нам хуярит, пошла.
Bam, we're getting fucking fire at us. We're getting hit.
Бэк, смотри, по нам начинают разбирать. Это авария.
Oh, yeah, it's very funny. They were, looking pretty panicked there, I do gotta say. Not looking, all that confident.
They say, according to our information, the armed forces of Ukraine launched an offensive from the east with the support of light and heavy armored vehicles. But as of 11 a.m., no breakthrough of the defensive lines has been recorded. Russian troops are firing on identified enemy positions, including several destroyed engineering vehicles. At the same time, the activity of the Ukrainian formations is also observed on the northern flank on the opposite bank of the same river in Tetkino. The armed forces of Ukraine have concentrated manpower and equipment in the village of Otruba, but no attempts to cross the water obstacle have so far been observed. Now, one of the considerations here, when we go back to the map, is the idea that Ukraine is just trying to isolate this pocket to try to kind of cut off this area. You can see that it's a bit of a bulge in terms of Russian territory pushing out here into Ukraine. So it's not the craziest thing in the world that if they were able to sever this relatively small patch of land to this road, and then you've got the river crossing in the west, that maybe they could kind of cut
that all of that would just fall into Ukrainian control? Kind of, yeah. I mean, if you cut a line in through here, then push the Russians out of here, there will need to be new Russians that make their way into here. And if you hold this line of control, then, like, yeah, at that point, they need to get through you.
This off, and it might be easier to hold than, say, Kursk, where they just pushed in kind of across a broad front. That's one of the arguments right now. We'll see if that actually carries out. Another big one here that we'll get into in a moment is this is probably being viewed as a bit of a spoiler on Putin's Victory Day parade set to take place in 4 days on May 9th.
Do love that.
Turning over to some other Russian sources here, military informant.
Which would be tomorrow, by the way. The main parade would be tomorrow.
Said, quote, "Let us recall that this morning the enemy attempted to break through the border and fighting is still ongoing. The enemy's tactics remain unchanged. Engineering vehicles are sent ahead of the main forces to clear the area of mines and demolish barriers, after which armored vehicles with infantry and ATVs enter the border. Ukrainian engineering equipment was damaged in the Tikhino area of Kursk Oblast by FPV drone strikes on fiber optics." The fiber optic drones in Kursk have been substantial. We've seen a lot of those employed by Russia in recent months. Again, there's some confusion here. Maybe it's mincing words. And we saw this during Ukraine's offensive in the south back in 2023, where was it the first line of contact? Was it the second line? How far had Ukraine breached? And I'm seeing something similar here, where Ukraine is definitely operating inside of Russian territory, but it doesn't look like Russia is referring to the actual border.
Ukraine never reached their primary objective during the first Kursk incursion. Korenevo and was supposed to be a logistical hub. Instead, they went with Plan B, which was Sudza. Good to have plans that are subject to change, being fairly easy to change goals. You know, you want to have a couple set out as, okay, well, you know, all of these will likely produce some kind of benefit that are not necessarily equivalent, but useful. It was planned to use Sudza as a base of operations in case Kornevo failed. Yeah, exactly. And so, like, Plan B, like actually having a set out Plan B before engaging in Plan A, because when Plan B is required, you don't want to waste the time sitting there and thinking about what Plan B might be. You want to just do it. The black icons are destroyed bridges. I did see that when I just put my cursor over it. Those bridges being destroyed definitely also makes it more difficult for like the Russians to keep pushing through that direction, which is good.
Border as their line of defense. There's something set back a little ways from that. Z Control here says, quote, "The Ukrainian Armed Forces obstacle clearance vehicle made a passage through the Dragon's Teeth and drove back despite multiple hits, landing troops," so dropping off infantry. "A firefight is underway on the line with the Dragon's Teeth. Our artillery, FPV, and airdrops are working on the enemy. The people are all combat ready. There is enough ammunition. There is no reason to panic. The Ukrainians have no equipment yet." It's kind of a running joke that anytime something happens, the Russians say there's no reason to panic. And sometimes, like, they said there was no reason to panic when Kharkiv fell in 2022 and like that entire front collapsed. There was no reason to panic. Everything is under control. So no matter what, it's always kind of interesting to see that.
The reason to panic is being on the Russian side. I think it's because those smaller states started withering away the USSR control. Oh, sorry. You guys are talking about something else.
In the Russian assessments. Now, one of the big questions here, of course, is how on earth did Russia not see this coming? Like, there's already been fighting in and around the Kursk region. We've seen that Ukraine pulled their forces back from inside of Kursk, but there's no indications that they were necessarily redeployed elsewhere across the country. Is Russia just not watching the border anymore? Like, what happened here? No worries. Two Major says, actually, we saw it. Quote, "The enemy's plans were known."
They did see it. They watched it happen, in fact, while cursing and being pretty grumpy.
Concentration sites were destroyed at night. Look, based off the footage that even Russia is releasing right now, it's hard to say that the Ukrainian formations were destroyed at night. Multiple Russian sources are saying that the fighting is very much still ongoing. He says, taking advantage of the rainy weather, the Ukrainian armed forces are clearing the way, trying to prepare a breakthrough east of Tikhino. Mine-clearing vehicles continue to make passages in minefields in the Dragon's Teeth line in order to throw armored vehicles with troops in there. So it's still very, very early in this operation, to the point where we could still end up just calling this a raid, and Ukraine could pull out later today, and that's that. So I wouldn't spend too much time trying to attribute exact...
Well, that would be the beneficial part about being on the Ukrainian end here, is the goal is whatever you say it is. Whether you want to hold part of that, sure, like that's more difficult than a raid, but let's say you just want to panic the Russians, maybe have them shift some of their troops from one front to try and kick you out. Well, like, then you don't really need to hold much ground. Maybe it's let's see how far we can get this time. And that's also a pretty valid way to go about it. There's lots of different W's for Ukraine in the possibilities for them in Kursk, where there is very few possible W's for Russia on that end.
Exactly why Ukraine is carrying this out or what the goals of this operation might be. The most prevalent explanation that I've seen so far is, again, trying to throw a little rain on Putin's Victory Day parade that's coming up here in a couple days. Just kind of a reminder that as they're celebrating in Moscow, Ukraine still has the ability to push into Russian territory at will. Now, shifting over to
pushing into Russian territory not only contributes to what we talked about earlier in that reducing the Russian military and civilian population's morale, but is not exactly conducive to a Victory Day parade happening in Moscow tomorrow, you know? Very good analysis. I completely agree. Well, thank you, Zombie. Like, it is a matter of what is beneficial to the sides here, to every side on the table, to the Russians. How would anything remotely benefit them in relation to Ukraine and Kursk? Well, the only thing that would really benefit the Russians about Ukraine in Kursk is if they managed to catch and kill all of the Ukrainians in Kursk. That would be it. That would be the only beneficial news that could come out of that. Either that or like, oh, we won the war entirely. Like, those would be the two possible avenues of gain. Whereas every day that Ukraine remains in Russian territory is another day that the Russians take an L. It's just been L after L after L. It's been L in Kursk since the first incursion, because they never really left. And it's been an L in Belgorod since that started, because they're still there as well. It's actually an L squared now, because now there's two areas of Russia that is being held by Ukraine. And considering Ukraine is the defensive side in this war, I'm going to exponentially increase how big of an L this is to Russia for each separate part of Russia that Ukraine holds. So L squared is the amounts of L's as Russia's taking on the daily right now.
Victory Day updates. Again, here we are 3 years into the war, and not only do we have Ukrainian forces pushing into Kursk in military vehicles, we have President Zelensky having to put out a statement saying that he cannot guarantee the safety of visitors in Moscow.
4L squared, actually. Thank you, Shard. I'm not good at math.
I'm sure that's a good look. Putin loves seeing that one, right? Now, there's been a lot of misinformation about this. I want to address that first. There was what appears to be incorrect quote circulating, getting a lot of attention.
Man, could you imagine if Xi got hit with a Ukrainian FPV drone?
In the last couple days, quote, Vladimir Putin will be present at the parade on Victory Square via video communication, citing Reuters. So, you know, Putin's like, yeah, I'll be there on the big screen. I'm not going to risk being down on that.
Putin's not going to show up? Really? You're going to have Xi there and you're not going to show up in person? Well, then, okay, Xi almost certainly is going to watch it with Putin then, and also will not be there in person.
On that platform, with the possibility of Ukrainian drones hitting the parade, there's no evidence that Reuters reported this, that Putin said this, that any announcements like this came out of Russia at all.
But like it would track. The idea of like Putin being out there and putting his life at risk doesn't add up to me. We'll see. We'll find out tomorrow.
The most recent that I've seen today is that Putin 100% will be there in person. So just, unfortunately, that one caught fire, got a lot of attention. What is not misinformation is that it does look like some other world leaders have decided, you know what, maybe I'm going to sit this one out. Or, you know, they're reporting health scares in the last couple of days. The Serbian president and the Slovak prime minister have both.
Azerbaijan has also said that they're not going.
Said, actually, I was going to go. Looks like a fun time. Can't make it. Health issues randomly popped up. So we'll see. Nonetheless, there's been a lot of talk recently about the possibility of Ukraine conducting a strike against Moscow while this parade is ongoing. And there's a couple of reasons why they might want to do that. It's these massive formations of military personnel and equipment. It makes for a pretty tempting target. It's also a big display,
Hitting
right?
Near Putin is a health scare.
This is Russia's big day. one of their biggest days of the year, showcasing their military capabilities, their military history, right? Everything's on display for the world to see. If something starts going boom, it makes Putin and Russia look bad. They can't even control their own country, a parade. They can't ensure the safety of their people during this time of celebration.
Actually, I have a medical appointment. Also, like, speaking of things going boom, imagine if, like, one of these was an actual missile with a live warhead that got hit by a drone, and then suddenly, like, a quarter of this block is now a crater.
You can see that argument. I don't think it's realistic. And the reason I say that is not because the capabilities aren't there. Ukraine certainly has the capabilities to conduct strikes in or beyond Moscow, depending on the protection level of air defense. But I don't think it's in Ukraine's best interest. And there are actually some other targets that are probably more viable.
They're almost certainly not actually planning on sending drones to that parade with the intent of attacking. Although maybe they send a couple, you know, but I would take the opportunity. Yeah, I just hope they, like, terrorize them. Yeah, scare the fuck out of them. Do what they're doing with the airports anyway, regardless. Like, whether or not they actually do drone strike that parade, I think just keeping the airports from working would be a good start. Like, that alone has a pretty sizable impact per drone. Ukraine has a lot of new types of drones that haven't made their debut yet, just saying. Like, they could certainly do it. I'm not gonna say that they couldn't. And you can make a big fucking difference by just, like, getting one of those to land in the middle of the parade. Just one hit from a drone mid-parade will send everyone watching scattering. Like, the parade's over, right? Once one of those drones makes a direct hit on anything, even remotely close to that parade's over. Everyone's going home. Like, we're all out. Hell no. And beyond that, again, like, you can just keep fucking around. Just have the drones circle Moscow and keep everyone on their toes. Ukraine's new drone strike drone flies 1,000 miles with a large warhead. Well, there you go. You can put a warhead in the drone even. UAC tweaked a lot of small things to extend the propeller-driven FP1's range and payload compared to older drones. Biggest refinement is the most obvious. The FP1 doesn't have landing gear. Instead of taking off on its own wheels like the PD1 does, the FP1 blasts off from an angled ramp propelled by a fuselage-mounted rocket. Take out Moscow city center? Like, not necessarily. Like, again, you don't even need a big one. Just one FPV drone, like a small shitty drone, landing in the middle of the parade, hitting, I don't know, a float or a vehicle, would send everybody watching that parade scatter in every possible direction. Direct hit on the screen, perhaps? Yeah, maybe the big, you know, the Jumbotron. That would be a decent target, in fact. And then suddenly, your parade's over. It got rained on. It got droned on, actually. But the A-22s costing $80,000 or more before the addition of drone controls or the warheads are an awkward solution to Ukrainians' long-term strike problem. Like, this is only going to continue to increase. The gains that drones have made to their technological advancement throughout the span of this war has been immense. I mean, like, massive upgrades to drone warfare capability coming by the year, by every 6 months, to all parties. I mean, even parties not directly involved in this war, people just watching are learning a lot. And I mean, warfare usually does result in technological advancement, and so this isn't going to slow down. especially now that we're talking about adding in a few other wars here. This time last year, Ukraine was producing 600 drones a month. Last month, Ukraine produced 10,000 drones in April alone. Jesus Christ! Drones in general have gotten better even for civilian use. That's true, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I mean, like, civilian tech often starts off as military tech anyway, and only becomes civilian tech once, like, it's no longer required to be, you know, military tech. Once it's no longer useful, once the military upgrades, then the civilians can get the last gen stuff. Ukraine's goal is 2.5 million drones produced in 2025. They hit 1 million last year. God damn. And, like, that makes a difference when we talk about this technology getting better overall. But then add in the idea of we also have war in the Middle East, which has also been increasing the technical ability of drones. We also now have India and Pakistan added into it, which is another level of, I mean, like, right now, we haven't seen drones deployed too much in that theater, but that theater only just opened, so it will make a pretty big impact, I would imagine, once we start seeing drones, and I would imagine that Pakistan might rely on them a little bit more. Are you saying that the military has got the iPhone 17? Well, I'm saying that the iPhone wouldn't exist if the military didn't pay for some of it. At least not in the way that it does exist. The military benefited from the making of the iPhone, yeah. So close enough.
Not in their best interest, because the off chance that you actually hurt or kill a foreign dignitary does not bode well. And Russia can use a drone simply flying in the vicinity.
That is true.
Of Moscow. Russia will immediately say, look at that, Ukraine is trying to kill the leaders of all these foreign countries. It's just a PR, it just sets Ukraine up for a major PR loss. There's no value there. The value is outweighed negatively, in my opinion. But nonetheless, Zelensky has had to put out a statement saying that he can't guarantee the safety of the people attending this parade coming from around the world.
I would argue that that kind of PR difference is not that big of a deal, considering if they're showing up to this parade, they're likely already our enemy to begin with, and enemies of the other countries that are also on Ukraine's side. But, you know, we'll see.
Quote, our position is very simple for all countries traveling to Russia on May 9th. We cannot be held responsible for what happens on the territory of the Russian Federation. They provide you with security. Therefore, we won't give you any guarantees because we don't know what Russia will do these days. And he also warned that Russia could try to orchestrate provocations, including arson, bombings, and so on, to, quote, only blame us, or Ukraine. Now, this is, it's interesting looking at the statement.
Wait, what's May 9th in Russia? It's Victory Day for World War II. That's what they call it.
Again, because this is being made 3 years into this war, I doubt when this kicked off back in 2022 that Putin or very many Russians at all thought 3 years later at their Victory Day parade, there would be real concerns about Ukraine hitting it with drones. Probably wasn't on the radar one bit, no pun intended.
Undoubtedly, sure.
Now, Zelensky's correct here. Like, he cannot guarantee the safety of
anyone. Don't go to countries in active war to have fun parties and expect you to be safe, generally. I feel like that might make enough sense to most people, especially most foreign dignitaries.
Buddy, on foreign, like, what are you doing, right? It's a different country. They're under the protection of the Russian people. If something happens there, it's not Zelensky's fault. Of course, this is kind of interpreted to mean that, yeah, there could be some drones. Who knows? But he is correct in saying this is up to Russia to defend you. Why are you looking to me to offer your protection?
What, the
while
mighty
you're in
Russia can't handle a couple Ukrainian drones during their Victory Day? I'm sorry. I thought that was the side that started this war.
Their territory. Now, Dmitry Medvedev, former prime minister of Russia, not super happy about all this. He said in the event of a real provocation on Victory Day, nobody will be able to guarantee that Kyiv will live to see May 10th. So,
motherfucker, you can guarantee that Kyiv will live to see May 10th because you are unable to actually do anything about that. You can't make Kyiv unable to see May 10th. If you could have, you would have, because that's the whole fucking point of the war, mate. You think that you think that like these lies don't need to make sense? They do, my guy. They do need to make sense. They can't handle all the winning. Wait, isn't tomorrow Victory Day? I thought it was on the 8th. Victory Day is when I go around to Little Caesars to get free pizza with my grandpa. Well, I mean, tomorrow is the 9th, at least in Russia.
You know, kind of a pretty overt threat there. Guess Russia doesn't want to see this parade disrupted. Almost forgot. We got to throw this in here. So Russia apparently is doing like this full Reichstag storming reenactment thing. These World War II reenactments are absolutely getting out of control. So this is a video that Russia released. I guess this is going to be part of the May 9th
Did they literally built this?
Full like 2-scale Reichstag, Nazi Reichstag from World War II. This kind of, you know, one of the key areas that kind of wrapped up the end of the Battle of Berlin, the end of the Nazi Germany.
It's
a major part of world history, a major part of Soviet history.
They don't even have oil money left.
So I guess they've got this on display as well. That'll be kind of interested to actually see how that one plays out. Now, there have been rumors right now, and that's all it is. So the post I have up here.
Rumors unconfirmed suggest Russia deployed 280 air defense units for the parade in Moscow. Well, we know just how bad Russian air defense actually is, considering we've seen it fail to take down their own helicopter, also in Moscow. So I don't think any of this matters. They're like genuine losers. Yeah, they got the Chinese for loans. They got LARPing money. Someone tell me that China paid for that shit, because that looks far too expensive for them to be able to build on loan money.
Here on the screen is an unconfirmed report. Take that for what it is.
You gotta like factor in for their loans, their ability to pay back those loans. And right now, what's their like economic buying power is like $3 total. That's their best stuff too. S-400 Pantsir and TOR. Yeah, no, honestly, like it's dog shit. Like they can't do anything with it.
But it makes sense that a lot of air defense assets have been moved in and around Moscow in anticipation of this parade. It just passes the common sense
The
test.
thing is,
and
like,
it's probably
for the anti-air that isn't automatic, you do need to have the people part of the equation also. Some of, you know, a higher quality of soldier needs to be operating these than they have access to. It doesn't seem like they have any high quality soldiers left. It seems like all of those died in Ukraine.
Not something we would get public reporting on either way. We'll probably start seeing some photos get leaked in the near term showing some air defense assets on rooftops in and around Moscow. Haven't seen those yet. But if you're trying to protect this parade and the major threat is drones, of course, there's going to be additional assets moved in that area. Air defense and electronic warfare is a finite asset for any military, and certainly for Russia right now. So if they have 100 units of something and they want to move more near Moscow, that means they have fewer units to protect other areas of the front. As a finite resource, that means that there are going to be multiple areas. Maybe it's in Crimea, maybe it's in this, you know, who knows where these locations could be, but Russia is...
And I would bet that there is someone in the Ukrainian military who is tracking the movements of these air defenses and where they were and where they're going, and might be able to gain something with that information.
Is likely having to reallocate resources to further protect Moscow, which would open up areas, maybe airfields, maybe ammo supply points, port facilities, who knows? Opens up other targets that may have been harder for Ukraine to hit today, yesterday, or last month. And on or about May 9th, they're going to be a little bit softer. So when I'm talking about, I don't think that Ukraine will, or should, maybe is a better way to put it, go after the May 9th parade, it's because they can probably achieve better results going after a multitude of Russian targets scattered all across the front. Again, air defense assets.
¿Por qué los dos? ¿Por qué no los dos? Rather. I think we'll see a little bit of both. At least a little bit.
Assets being moved from one location, free up and lighten the protection in other areas. So that's probably what I'd keep an eye on. But nonetheless, again, pretty big news today. 3 years into this war, and Ukraine is launching an attack into Russian territory up around Kursk. We'll keep an eye on that. And of course, the May 9th parade coming up here in a couple days. But that's all I've got for now. Thanks.
It'll be really interesting to see. I'm curious. We will be watching some of it tomorrow, I would guess, if it does air around when I am streaming. I'm not actually sure when they will be putting that out. I do know that like today's was a couple hours before stream started, so if it is the same as that, then we will just have to watch a rerun of it. But for the time being, I do like to think that it might be nice for us to just see the Russians taking their L's live, and I hope that the Russians will actually accommodate for that. The Moscow Victory Day Parade will take place May 9th, starts 7 GMT. Yeah, no, so that will be before stream. 9:55 a.m. Moscow Standard Time. Wait, hold on. That actually might be on stream then. Oh, never mind. Yeah, 9:55 a.m. in Moscow is like 4:30 in the evening here. Jeez. I didn't realize it was that much of a time difference. I thought, like, they at the very least would have the same AM and PM as me. Who knows? Either or. I guess it makes sense that they are further than I initially thought of. But on a somewhat unrelated piece of good news, and not necessarily unrelated, still related, we're going to talk much more about Europe tomorrow, even Europe in relation to Russia, but this I thought was really cool and very good news. The EU has officially set 2027 as a deadline to phase out all Russian energy, including LNG. By 2027, they hope that the EU is using no Russian fuel whatsoever. And to be fair, like at the rate that we're going, the Russians won't be producing fuel to sell by 2027.
The European Union has set 2027 as the target for ending its dependence on Russian energy. On Tuesday, the European Commission presented its roadmap for eliminating the last imports of gas, oil, and uranium. Since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the EU has already significantly reduced its independence. Gas imports have fallen from 45% in
Also, OPEC is dumping oil into the market, which is absolutely fucking Russia right now. Yeah, it's incredibly funny. It's also fucking America right now, by the way. Specifically, American fossil fuel companies. Like, you know, the ones that were supposed to be doing the drill baby drill stuff. Yeah, no, they're going bankrupt, actually.
2021 to 19% last year.
Well, they're not going
they
bankrupt,
should reach 13% by 2025. The share of Russian oil has fallen from 27% in 2022 to 3% today.
That's
For the Commission, it's necessary to go further in order to avoid any blackmail from Moscow.
Putin has shown many times that he's willing to weaponize energy, and that is obviously not a very nice situation to be in for the European Union's member states. So that's reason number one. Reason number two is that we have been buying Russian gas and energy the last couple of years for billions of euros, and those money, they go directly to the war chest of Putin, and that is of course also something that we need to stop.
To achieve this, the Commission is proposing to ban new contracts with Russian gas suppliers by the end of the year. For the remaining imports, the longer-term contracts purchases will have to cease in 2027. The Energy Commissioner hopes that the proposal will be adopted by all member states. However, unanimity is not required in order to avoid any paralysis caused by a capital. Hungary and Slovakia have
even more based. Like, fuck you. If Hungary, if you don't want to do this, we'll just do it without you.
Expressed their reservations in the past.
It's also very clear that the proposals that I put forward today do not need unanimity. So a qualified majority can adopt this. And this also means that if there are a few countries that do not support, then unfortunately we will have to go ahead anyway, because this is so important for the security of the Union. It's so important for the solidarity that we need to show with Ukraine, that even though I obviously hope for full support, a majority can also vote this through.
Unlike sanctions,
Essentially,
these import bans
we're not going to let you Russia simps stop this from happening. This is happening.
do not have to be renewed at regular intervals, which again is a way of preventing a member state from blocking the Union.
Amazing. Great. Keep it up. Do it again. Do it again. Do the same thing again, actually. While kicking and streaming, yeah. Honestly, I could use a little bit of joy. Be great if Orban would kick and scream a little bit louder. While the European Union continues to drag him out, mind you. Not without that. I need both. Otherwise, it's just not as fun, you know? Oh, and on an entirely unrelated note now, just because like I'm mostly done for the day, and now I just want to show you guys some funny stuff. Remember when we were looking at the Australian election last week, and we learned about Bob Katter. That's the guy who said let every blossom bloom in relation to gay marriage, but said that he wasn't going to spend any time on it because, you know, every 6 months someone gets eaten by a crocodile in northern Queensland. Well, like, started to learn a little bit more about the dude, and he is cooked. Like, he's always been cooked. He's not necessarily sane, but this might be more insane than pretty much anything I've heard come out of Marjorie Taylor Greene's mouth in a while. At least when like she talks, it's clear that it's that it's insane and that no one knows any like thing that she's talking about, where she got it from. With him, I can't tell what the fuck he's saying, let alone how insane it is. So let's have a look.
Treasurer, doesn't federal government backing of Brisbane's Olympics confiscate $30 billion off North and Central Queensland's coal and copper miners, cane and cattle farmers, giving it to the IOC, whose Paris opening ceremony was, I quote, an orgiastic pagan ritual denigrating Christianity? Treasurer, didn't Christians abolish slavery, create from a brutal imperium, Pax Romana, from the Dark Ages, the Renaissance? Didn't communism murder 78 million people?
Like, I don't know where he's jumping the line from, like, all right, like Christianity is good to communism murdered 70 million people. Like,
Christian Gorbachev, the Pope,
Christian Gorbachev? Who the, like, Christian Gorbachev? There's a certain line in this, which is, I think, right around 32-second mark, where he just stops making any kind of sense in the coherence side of things. Not even that, like, he's making sense. He's not making sense. He's just no longer either being coherent either.
Slavery, create from a brutal imperium, Pax Romana, from the Dark Ages, the Renaissance. Didn't communism murder 78 million people? Didn't Christian Gorbachev, the Pope, and Charlie Wilson's Christians abolish communism? Didn't pagan rituals sacrifice children to the tree and crocodile gods? Do such rituals still live on, Mr. Treasurer?
I think I heard him both say communism killed like 70 million people, and then also, but then also they got rid of communism in like a bad way. Whereas also the crocodile and tree gods, I have no idea, like, what the fuck is this on about? I kind of want to blindly agree with him. I like this energy. Well, that's why he hasn't lost his elections in 2 decades, basically. This guy hasn't lost his seat in how long? Hold on. Bob Katter, Queensland. How long has he held this seat for? He's been an incumbent in this office that he's currently holding since April of 2022, but he's been incumbent since he assumed office in 1993. So this dude hasn't lost since 1993. So yeah, you're not the only one who blindly wants to agree with him.
Do such rituals still live on, Mr. Treasurer?
There are a number
Long leg Homo sapien? I have no idea.
of elements of that question that I don't think went to the Treasurer's responsibilities, particularly the... No, I heard every word. I heard every word. Absolutely.
They're like, are you sure you heard everything that he just said?
Absolutely heard every word.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's certainly more coherent than anything the Shadow Treasurer has said in recent times, Mr. Speaker. I think the House will forgive me for steering well clear of the pagan rituals and the tree gods, and I will spare the House. I'll spare the House a gallop through a couple of thousand years of human history.
You heard, but did you understand? I sure as hell didn't, coward. Literally coward. I want to hear about the orgies and the gods, the tree gods.
Speaker, it's certainly more coherent than anything the Shadow Treasurer has said in recent times, Mr. Speaker. I think the House will forgive me for steering well clear of the pagan rituals and the tree gods.
No. Talk about the pagan rituals. That guy's got like crazy uncles at the holidays energy. So crazy he's lovable. Yeah, like the crazy uncle that doesn't like Hitler, to be clear. He's not necessarily good. The dude's not a progressive. Bob Catter is a conservative. He's just not, you know, into Hitler. He's not on that end of the conservative tree either. He's on the end that just wants to stop crocodiles from eating people in North Queensland. Wait, he's anti-Hitler too? What a brave man. I assume so, because he's not part of the Hitler Party. He has his own coalition called, again, when we were looking at the Australian election, he has his own party. He runs Catter's Australian Party, and he's Bob Catter. He's so anti-Hitler Party that he's got his own. If he was pro-Hitler, why would he have his own party? That's based off of his name. Whereas, like, Elmo Hitler likes Hitler, but has a party, like, that isn't based on her name. Whereas there's, like, other people that also like Hitler and have parties based on their names, but that's because they don't align with the Hitler Party. This guy aligns with the Hitler Party, but has a party based on his own name, which would mean, to me, that he doesn't like Hitler. Because at that point, then why not just be part of the Hitler Party? At this point, anyone who is anti-Hitler is good enough for me right now? Basically, yeah. I'll take Churchill over Hitler right now. We can deal with Churchill later. We should deal with Hitler first. Hitler goes out the window, then we can take on Churchill. But, like, yeah, he's crazy dude. Crazy dude. I respect him, though. Good vibes for an incredibly crazy dude. I mean, like, here's another example of him being just incredibly crazy. Less good vibes for this one, but this was just 8 months ago, pre-election.
Charters Towers, an old mining town affectionately known as the World after gold was discovered in 1872. Locals claimed you didn't have to travel for anything. The population shrunk as mining dropped off after the First World War, and now beef is the main game.
Hey, keep up the good work at the school, eh? You're going real good.
And here, there aren't many people who don't know Bob Catter.
Morning, ladies. How you going? Watch out for fast women. They've been trying to pin me down all of my life, you know, mate. But good-looking blokes like you and I, we've got to be careful. We must keep up our guard. Good on you, Bob. See you, my brother.
Who is he talking to?
How you going, my brother?
Very well.
Now, Bob, I do have to do an ID for these ones so I can keep it on file. Do you have?
Oh, isn't that ridiculous?
Taking the time to chat to just about anyone.
I'm social crime and mixing with important.
I think actually Australia is more overweight and obese than America is now, because I think America has actually reversed that trend with our reliance on what's that weight loss drug that all of the JD Vances are doing these days? Ozempic, that's the one. Thank you.
People. Even sometimes I consider myself important.
Yeah?
But mostly people bring me down to earth. Bob Catter, what's your name?
Natasha.
How you going, Natasha?
This federal election, the Catters are hoping to wind back the clock.
Down the street here, we'll have a look at my great-grandfather's store.
Returning Australia.
Ozempic is some diabetes medicine that makes you lose a bunch of weight, and that Americans love so much that diabetics can't seem to get it. No, like, this guy does have main character energy. You can tell from the hat and everything. The glasses, like that, it is popping off.
Australia to a simpler time and solving our housing crisis with dramatic cuts
I mean, again,
to
he's
immigration.
not good.
I just want Australia to be Australia. And now it's got to a stage where immigration has to stop, where women must be given $20,000 for every child.
Okay, that part of this I like. I like the women must be given $20,000 for every child bit. I don't like the immigration's got to stop bit.
Yeah. And
but at least this is a real example of a politician for once not wanting to have both sides of, all right, well, we have a population crisis, so like we can either have more immigrants or we could give parents a reason to have kids. This is the first and only example I've ever seen of a politician actually saying, okay, well, I don't want immigrants, but here's something that I want to do. Let's give money to Australians so that they'll have kids. Like, that's the only other answer. Either you are okay with immigrants, or you're going to make it cheaper to have children, or you're going to do both. Now, ideally, I would do both. But if you're going to not take the immigrants, you're going to have to do the other. Is that feasible? Yeah. Realistically, $20,000 to, like, every new child? It's not easy, but if we start taxing the rich, yeah. Australia only has a population that's equivalent to that of, like, Florida. Oh my god, yeah, he wants the kids to have guns in school. That is another crazy thing that he has said. He goes a bit back and forth, you know? Sometimes he can be insane, and sometimes he can be kind of base. The 20,000 per student thing, the per kid thing is pretty base, though.
But only where one of the parents has got a job. You know, they're not going to be bludgeoned off the public purse.
And
see, I think that you should just get the $20,000 even if you don't have a job.
as debate grows over China, Bob has his own proposal.
Every single boy, and maybe every single girl as well, has access to a combat rifle.
Okay, well, at least we're, you know, doing gender parity with the combat rifles.
In the school armory.
So just to be clear, it's a guerrilla army.
I would be, because I'm not sure that that he would be good at remembering to keep that shit unloaded. But here, listen to the end of this bit, because it gets even better.
That rifle, it's in the school armory.
So just to be clear, it's a guerrilla army of Australian school kids.
The guerrillas will win every time.
Not even gonna say, no, I don't want guerrilla army. I don't want to make the students of Australia a guerrilla army. No, it's like the guerrillas will win every time. I mean, he's not wrong. But yeah, no. The most unhinged member of parliament that I've ever seen in any country, ever. Visora, I showed you that video, but I never got a reply back. Which video? No one? I was taught that a fucking pill ain't gonna do it? Which video? One gorilla versus 100 school children? This guy is my hero. Guys, he's not great. He's just a little crazy is all. Oh,
His
it's on
look
Discord.
is unmistakable. A three-piece suit and that hat.
Yeah, my bad. I haven't looked at Discord. I don't have it open right now. But I will have a look at it tomorrow, if anything.
Suit and that hat.
That hat.
To some, Bob Katter is North Queensland.
I can't say I hate using brutality because that'd be a lie.
It probably
I'm
is.
from generations rugby league, and it doesn't generate being love to your neighbour. I'm not a good advertisement for Christianity. I missed that bit about turn the other cheek.
This federal election, the Katter vote will be more important than ever before.
Who would you
This
back
guy might be the least evil person in Queensland.
in a minority government?
I think that Peter would agree to those things that I want to happen. Anthony hasn't been able to do.
That's what I mean. Like, that's the only reason I could see him as better than the Liberals, because he's not a liberal, even though he just said that he thinks that the guy who lost his job for being too much of a liberal in this election would agree to the same things that he believes. And then he goes to say that he doesn't like Anthony Albanese.
To those things.
I kind of like him because he's personable. He's not a fascist. He's just got shitty positions mixed in with some of his less shitty positions. He's a regular person.
That I want to happen. Anthony hasn't been able to deliver, and that is something you'd take into consideration. But anyone thinks that I'm coming down on one side or the other.
Captain Buggy, pretty much all people have in Australia are rifles or shotguns, and pretty much of that same type. You know, no one has assault rifles here. Having a handgun is much more difficult here.
Badly wrong.
His vote still up for grabs.
But I am interested in getting what we need for our survival.
Like a 1 kilometre
fair.
tunnel so Cairns residents can escape floods, and a new Australian state, North Queensland.
We've got this archaic system where it's a one-size-fits-all policy set from 2,000 kilometres away.
He wants to separate Queensland? What?
And a new Australian state, North Queensland.
We've got this archaic system where it's a one-size-fits-all policy set from 2,000 kilometres away in Brisbane, and people have no affinity.
Oh boy, North Queensland would be the hell of a place. Again, like, Queensland is already too much of a place. Jesus Christ.
With this sort of country at all.
Arguing this country is different.
Feeling every inch of my 80 years of age.
Particularly Prairie, population 116.
I wouldn't have been happy in this. I had a couple of thousand head of cattle on a big place.
It's pub one of the last you can ride your horse into for a beer.
I think you better bring the beer out here, eh? How you going, Foz?
Not bad.
Bobby Cutter, mate. What's the name?
He's the only one that can run the show out here.
At least if you tell Bob something, he'll try and do something about it.
Up here,
this is what I mean when I say that North Queensland is, like, genuinely the door to hell. It is not a place where, you know, you can get a DUI on a horse. Can you, though? Can you? Yeah, at least in the US. Look, I'll have you know that in Australia, you can be in the passenger seat of a motor vehicle, at least in South Australia, and you can have an open drink and be drinking. And that's perfectly fine for the driver. Hell, they can be holding an open drink in their hand while driving. They just can't be drinking it. Jesus Christ, it's like a tiny Texas. Kinda, yeah. Based. Whatever you say, mate. If you think that's based, I'm not one to argue.
Forgotten by Canberra, ripped off by a political
so.
system dominated by the two major parties. Both the Coalition and Labor
Google saying my state changed this law and you can get a DWI riding a horse. Let the drunks ride. I agree. The only people who get hurt from drunk horseback riding are the people riding horses drunk. Drinking and driving is bad, but the passenger seat, let's go. Like, the thing is, like, the reason that it's generally still considered drinking and driving in the passenger seat is that the passenger could just pass that along to the driver. Although, you know, that would be something that you can work around. I'd see, there's no reason that we actually need to ban the passenger from drinking, because you can just breathalyze both passengers as well as the driver. But the passenger being allowed to drink will produce more events in which a passenger who was drinking illegally passed his drink to the driver who was not originally drinking. Whereas less of that overall would happen if you just couldn't have an open drink in the car to begin with. If that makes sense. Now, I know it's a little bit of a buzzkill, but it is a thing that does exist. Or the passenger distracted the driver, or fuck with something. The amount of times I nearly got into an accident just because, like, my friends kept fucking with the radio or the aux cord when I had a car and when I was younger. We probably should regulate drinking so we don't get accidents. That's a novel idea. Drunk driving accidents are genuinely one of the worst things to exist in modern society. Yeah, I agree. And again, wouldn't have been anywhere near an issue with horses. Sounds like communism. Only the good kind, not the bad kind. Counterpoint, most accidents happen when people are sober. GG liberals. Oof, that's a good one. That's a good one. There ain't no possible argument I can make to that. Alright, that's it for today. We're gonna do a raid. We're gonna do a raid into a fellow chatter, actually. We should ban sober drivers. I like that. That's definitely woke and DUI, but the good kind. The kind that Hegseth would support. A chatter, indeed. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Thank you all for tuning in, and I will see you guys tomorrow. And hopefully we can see some funny videos coming out of Russia. We shall see. Oh, Gus. Yes, we like Gus. All right, I will see you guys. Have a lovely evening.